See, it's great when we all work together and come up with a solution. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Let's open the doors. Oh, right, the speaker. Yes. Remember last week? They want you to sit. There you go. There is the direction. J'ai aucune idée. Sit, 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 sit. Well, there was somebody back here telling us to sit down.
Yeah.
There you go. Now we know what's going on. Live action shot, so let's just sit in our seats, and we'll start off with statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Stevenson, we'll start again. Stevenson, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the Richmond Sockeyes Junior Hockey Club honored a local hero as they retired the jersey of Ray Sawada, who passed away at the age of 38 while playing a recreational hockey game earlier this year. Ray Sawada played his junior hockey for the Richmond Sockeyes from 2001 to 2003, and he was selected 52nd overall in the NHL draft by the Dallas Stars in 2004. Ray retired from professional hockey in 2016, became a Burnaby firefighter, and lived with his wife Nicole and their 2 daughters in Richmond. Richmond Arena was standing room only with friends, family, the local hockey community, and firefighters as we all witnessed Ray's jersey raised to the rafters. The Burnaby Firefighters Charitable Society presented a donation for $27,000 in Ray Sawada's memory to set up a bursary subsidizing hockey players with $1,000 per year for 27 years. Firefighters also presented Ray's jersey from the World Police and Fire Games held in Winnipeg this year to Richmond native Doug Patterson, the first captain and current president of the Richmond Sockeyes. The memory and legacy of Ray Sawada will continue forever in Richmond.
Yeah. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I rise today to share the joy and spirit of Christmas that is deeply woven into the fabric of our communities in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. In our communities, Christmas is more than a holiday. It's a celebration of Christ's birth. It's a season of unity and warmth that brings together families and neighbors, echoing the rich traditions and vibrant culture that define us. This year, I've had the immense pleasure of attending Santa Claus parades in many of our communities. Each parade was a spectacular display of community spirit and festive cheer, showcasing the unique charm of each town. The festive spirit is alive and well in our communities. In the coming days, I look forward to attending more celebrations throughout the region where our sense of community and shared joy truly exemplifies the spirit of the season. As we come together to celebrate, let's continue to spread kindness, laughter, and joy. After all, it is the most wonderful time of the year. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a season filled with happiness, health, and prosperity.
Hey, hey. The honourable member for Brampton East. I have Brampton East here. Yeah, there you go.
Brampton.
The honourable member of Brampton South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians can achieve a lot when they are working together, and when it comes to global public health, we can do exactly that through UNITE, an international interparliamentary network for global public health. UNITE members are committed to working towards the promotion of efficient and sustainable policies for improved global health system in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As the North American Director, I worked with the representative from more than 100 countries, highlighted Canada's leadership, and discussed best practices. By working together, Parliamentarians can play a key role in strengthening public health in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Oise. Mr. Speaker, the commemoration of the Polytechnic massacre is a duty of remembrance out of respect for the victims and their loved ones, but also a duty to ensure that this never happens again. Since the massacre of 14 women in 1989 at the hands of a fanatical misogynist, every year we say, never again. And yet, every year is currently marked by an ever-increasing number of feminicides. We have a duty to find a collective response to this trend. We owe it to Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Degnaud, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maud Avirnik, Barbara Klusznik-Widajewicz, Marie Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, and Annie Turcotte. Mr. Speaker, 34 years later, and now more than ever, we have to say never again. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 25th anniversary of Loisirs Sport Outaouais. Its mission is highly commendable since it promotes the development of our communities. For 25 years, Loisirs Sport Outaouais has been ensuring that young people with reduced mobility and seniors have access to quality outdoor recreation and activities. In this way, municipalities can offer the citizens' dynamic living environments. I would like to extend my warmest thanks to the entire team for their commitment. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the remarkable work of the Loisirs Sport Outaouais team in the participation of the Outaouais delegation in the Quebec Games. The young people of our region will treasure their memories. Happy 25th anniversary to Loisirs Sport Outaouais. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, it's with great honour that I welcome the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples to Parliament Hill this week. The Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, or CAP, is one of 5 national Indigenous representative organizations that advocates for over 800,000 Métis, status and non-status, and Southern Inuit Indigenous people living off reserve in Canada. CAP National Chief Elmer St. Pierre emphasizes the pressing need for reconciliation to translate into action as critical issues affecting Indigenous peoples off reserve are often overlooked. CAP's dedication to raising concerns from housing to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, healthcare, and the over-incarceration of Indigenous individuals underscores the gravity of the challenges Indigenous peoples face daily. The reminder that the government must ensure equal opportunities and access to programs for all Indigenous peoples is a call for justice and inclusivity. After over 5 decades of advocacy, CAP remains steadfast in its commitment to Indigenous people and their needs. Welcome to Parliament Hill.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today in my home city of Halifax, we pause for the acknowledgement of the 106th anniversary of the Halifax explosion. On December 6, 1917, as World War I raged on, the collision of SS Mont Blanc and SS Imo in Halifax Harbour resulted in the greatest human-made explosion to that point in history. 2,000 people were killed, 9,000 more were injured, hundreds of acres of our city were immediately erased, and our north end vanished from the map. In the immediate wake of the disaster, citizens rallied together. Neighbors became first responders, navigating the wreckage to aid those in need. This collective response showcased the strength and unity embedded in the fabric of Halifax as we know it today. Our journey from tragedy to triumph is not just a historical chapter that we acknowledge on this day once a year. Our ongoing resilience is a living testament to the enduring strength of our community forged on that day. Today in Halifax, we pay our respect to those lost by building a city that honors their memory.
The Honourable Member Pierre Fond-Delors.
Mr. Speaker, Sunday marked the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. La thème des nations.
The United Nations theme for IDPG was focused on the Sustainable Development Goals.
That we make sustainable development a reality for persons with disabilities. The principle of nothing without us, which means that we work in partnership with the disability community, is what guides a government, is what guides disability and inclusion. This helps us to achieve our goal. Recently, we launched an online tool which will allow Canadians to give their input on how the regulations for the disability benefit will be implemented. The benefit is a cornerstone of our disability inclusion plan. It helps to reduce poverty. It will be a supplement and will not replace existing supports. Together, we will do this. We need to do this. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, on December 6, 1989, we lost 14 women in the Polytechnique massacre. These women violently lost their lives simply because they were women. This cowardly act of violence violated our core value as Canadians and robbed these women of their freedom and lives. It is our duty to remember their memory, their loved ones, and all victims of gender-based violence. This tragedy reminds us that 34 years later, women continue to be the main victims of violence, and we must continue to fight against hatred and violence against women in all of its forms, including harassment, sexual assault, and intimate partner violence. I stand up loudly and clearly to declare that we will never forget their names. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Cognan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Degnaud, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maud Havernick, Barbara Kluznik-Vadajvik, Marcy Lagnier, Marcy Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie St. Laurent, and Annie Thurat. In their memory, we will continue to fight to end violence against women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The attack on the École Polytechnique on the 6th of December 1989 remains a tragedy forever etched in our memory. 14 young women, intelligent and determined, killed simply because they were women. The pain, indignation, and incomprehension are still with us today. Let us honour their memory by continuing to work together to eliminate all forms of gender-based violence and to create a safer environment by eliminating certain firearms. Everyone is concerned by this, and everyone should be concerned by this. Every woman has the right to live and pursue her dreams without fear of violence. On this National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, let us denounce this violence and reaffirm our commitment to creating a Canada where women's rights are fully respected, where safety is a reality for all, and where diversity is celebrated in a spirit of mutual understanding and inclusion.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Speaker has lost the moral authority to preside over this House. The role of Speaker requires impartiality and nonpartisanship. The Speaker betrayed the trust of this House when he gave greetings at the Ontario Liberal Convention. Yes.
We do have a process in which we are following about this particular issue. Talk of the speaker in the chamber outside of within those rules cannot happen. So we cannot bring the question or talk about the speaker during this time. So I apologize to the honourable member, but I'm going to have to call that out of order. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Now that the Environment Minister's job is on the line, Liberals are increasingly more desperate to kill the carbon tax carve-out in C234. Just in time for Christmas, this panicked Prime Minister ordered his hand-picked senators to exclude barn heating from any carbon tax relief in the bill. It's ideology above all else for this government. They would rather see millions of Canadians go hungry than provide farmers with carbon tax relief. Bill told me he paid $14,000 in carbon taxes this fall, and that in this environment of rising costs and declining revenues, it's a huge hit to his farm. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He's taxing farmers who grow the food, truckers who ship the food, and the stores that sell the food to everyday Canadians who are struggling to buy food. Liberals and their coalition allies are punishing Canadians by making everything more expensive. Enough is enough. Conservatives will grind their high-tax agenda to a halt until this Prime Minister removes the carbon tax on farmers, families, and First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Congratulations to the 9 students from John Addop CEGEP on Montreal's West Island who have distinguished themselves by being the only students in North America to sit on the jury for the Prix Goncourt for secondary students. This Prix Goncourt enables about 2,000 French students, with an exception of one international cohort, so this one, to read and study the selection of novels in the running for the Goncourt Literature Prize and to display their favourite choices. Inspired and guided by their teachers Ariane Bessette and Daniel Rondeau, these 9 Francophile students with a passion for literature all volunteered to diligently read 16 books in 8 weeks. I'm enormously proud of this group, which has a high concentration of Anglophones and Allophones, which reflect the great diversity of the West Island of Montreal. Congratulations to Alexa Bowers, Camila Michel, Contreras Zarate, Anna Mullins, Nahid Zorosi, Stefania Pilicheva, Jeremy Plant, Sofia Q, Andreas Sanchez Bentiez, and Magali Shimotakahara.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Keewatin-Okaski.
Mr. Speaker, the guns silenced, the bombs and missiles grounded, a ceasefire by any other name. For a few days, some sense of peace in Israel and Palestine. But now the killing has begun again in Gaza. Once again, innocent civilians, children, women, dying at horrendous rate. But where is Canada? Where is the world? We now say we are concerned about the number of Palestinian civilians killed. We hear the talk again of a two-state solution. How much of it is talk when you have the Prime Minister of Israel telling Israelis that he is the only thing standing between them and a two-state solution? Canada must be an unequivocal voice for peace and diplomacy. It starts with ending our complicity in the arms trade and in providing ongoing diplomatic cover for those that have no intention of supporting peace, security, and justice for Palestinians. Have we not learned from history? This is a conflict that will repeat itself over and over again unless there is a political solution.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating the 350th anniversary of the city of Terrebonne with a mandate of organising festivities. The 350th anniversary corporation has put on 9 signature events attended by nearly 100,000 people and supported by some 20 community projects. In addition, the city provided additional planning for events. I'd like to thank all of the kind-hearted people who have devoted themselves to our city over the past few months and who are in Ottawa today. The Mayor of Terrebonne, Mathieu Traversy, and a special thanks also to Céline Durand, Director General of this corporation. We also have the work of Monsieur Mayor Dufresne and Lévesque. Thanks to you all, to your teams, and to the hundreds of volunteers and to everyone who came out. We were able to celebrate all the pride we feel for our city. So a big 350th anniversary thanks to the organisers. And we look forward to the 400th anniversary. And for one last time in this House of Commons, happy 350th anniversary to Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Last night, the Liberal-appointed senators gutted Bill C-234, which will cost our farmers nearly $1 billion in carbon tax by 2030. Shame. Farmer Gord in Oxford paid $50,000 for the carbon tax just to run his farm. Thanks to the Liberals, it is now cheaper to buy Mexican asparagus shipped 38,000 kilometers away than it is to buy asparagus grown in Oxford. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are struggling to put food on their tables. We are facing a cost of living crisis like never seen before, with tent cities popping across our communities and homelessness increasing. More and more hardworking Canadians are now relying on food banks. But instead of axing the carbon tax to lower food prices, this panicking Prime Minister spent the weekend begging his senators to kill this bill. The Liberal government has ruined Christmas for our families and our farmers. But Conservatives will stand up, fight back against this radical Liberal agenda, axe the tax, and make sure we provide relief to our farmers, families, and First Nations.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
On this day in 1989, a man entered a quiet university library in Montreal and deliberately murdered 14 women because they were women. Decades later, we're still holding vigils for women and girls murdered because of their gender. 184 femicides in Canada just last year. That's one woman or girl every 48 hours. My city of Hamilton, like more than 40 other Canadian cities, has declared gender-based violence an epidemic. Not just physical violence, but psychological abuse and economic coercion. These affect a woman's ability to provide for herself, to care for her children, and lead to more homelessness among women. Women's shelters in Canada are over full. Our government's National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence directly supports frontline organizations. We're making housing more affordable, and we're addressing mental health, and we're bringing men's voices into the solution because gender-based violence is not a woman's issue.
Hear, hear. Questions? Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Today, we honor the victims of the Polytechnique shooting, and we want to end violence against women. We also think about the people who cannot eat this Christmas. We have stories of children who are writing letters to Santa Claus not to ask for presents, but to ask for food. And 25% of young Quebecers have told pollsters that they cannot eat because of the cost. The Prime Minister, did he force his senators to keep the tax on food for Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, today we honor the memory of 14 young women who were assassinated at Polytechnique School in Montreal, simply because they were women. We honor their memory, and we continue to fight against inequality and gender-based violence. We must all continue to pursue reform against assault-style weapons, including the fight against femicide. Tragedies like the one at Polytechnique should never occur again.
Of the Official Opposition.
This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing. He's doubled the cost of housing since he came to power. But yesterday, at the Senate, one of the senators asked the Speaker of the President of the Government Agency for Housing if there was a plan to add 4.5 million necessary units to make for affordable housing, and the answer was no. I'm not the one saying this. It's the President of the Federal Agency for Housing. When will the Prime Minister look at my documentary to find a common sense plan to eliminate tax and red tape to build houses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, Canadians see very clearly the hashtags and YouTube trends from the Conservative Party. They have never seen a social program that he did not want to get rid of, and there would have been no funding during the pandemic. There would have been nothing to stabilize grocery prices. There's nothing to fight against climate change under them. They think that Canadians will be fooled, but we know who this leader is truly.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
What Canadians know is that the Prime Minister has doubled housing costs, doubled the rent, doubled mortgage payments, doubled the needed down payment After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, our housing costs have worsened at a greater rate than all but one OECD country. And yesterday, a senator asked the head of the Prime Minister's own housing agency if there is a federal government plan to eliminate the 3.5 million home deficit that we have in Canada. The answer? No. It's not me saying that. It's his own housing agency. So given that he doesn't have a plan, why doesn't he watch the common sense housing documentary I put forward so that he can see a common sense plan to cut bureaucracy and build homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that the Conservative leader is exploiting the very real anxieties and fears of Canadians for clicks and views. This leader continues to demean co-ops as Soviet-style housing. He called a Niagara family's home a shack, and he keeps using homeless people as props. A responsible leader acts on the concerns of Canadians instead of exploiting them for political gain just so he can get his 15 minutes.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
What is shameful is that this Prime Minister is causing homelessness in this country. He's caused the doubling of the number of people eating at a food bank in Toronto. One single mother in Sydney said, well, this month I had to choose between eating and having heat. My kids are getting fed, but my house is freezing, end quote. The Prime Minister's solution is to quadruple the carbon tax on that single mother and on seniors. Mr. Speaker, we have a common sense Conservative bill to take the carbon tax off farmers and food. Why did the Prime Minister manipulate and intimidate Liberal senators into blocking that bill? Why does he want to tax food right before Christmas?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after all the intimidation and threats from the Conservatives towards parliamentarians on 234, it turns out the only farming the Conservative Party cares about is rage farming. Because all of this was just an attempt to fundraise off of the backs of farmers. Time and time again, the Conservative leader has shown that he wants to take Canadians back to the Stone Age instead of helping them get ahead. On this side of the House, the Liberal government will always be there to support farmers.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, as this Prime Minister raises taxes on food, brings back malnutrition, brings in record-smashing food bank use, the best he can come up with is a bunch of scripted talking points from junior staffers in the PMO. That is outrageous. Canadians are going hungry as Christmas is just around the corner, and a common-sense Conservative bill to take the tax off farmers and food could have helped solve the problem. Why did he manipulate and intimidate senators to keep the tax on the food and make our people go hungry right before Christmas?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we have an opposition leader who is so ideologically opposed to protecting the planet that he's willing to take Parliament hostage and stop Parliament from supporting workers, stop Parliament from supporting families, and stop Parliament from supporting Ukraine as well. The leader of the opposition has threatened to ruin the holidays if his ideological demands are not met. Let us be clear. We will keep working for Canadians while the Conservative leader is only fueled by the sound of his own voice and has no real plan for this country. We will never back down from supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, while people who want to be Prime Minister and try to paralyze the Parliament, there's work to be done. For example, the government appointed Madame Catherine Tait as the interim CEO of CBC Radio Canada. Her mandate, fight against disinformation. Mr. Speaker, fighting against disinformation. How? By cutting jobs in French in the regions. Does the PM agree with me that Ms. Tate should explain to Parliament her surprising decision? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always supported CDUC Radio-Canada and the services it provides in local communities across our country. One of the first measures that we took as a government was to cancel the Harper cuts to this public broadcaster, support local news and journalists during these tough times. And this is exactly the reason why we established C18. While the Leader of the Opposition celebrates these Canadians who are facing job cuts, we continue to support local journalists, local information across Canada. We're very open to work with the Bloc on this, as always. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I hope we will not conclude that Liberal cuts are better than those from the Conservative Party. Radio-Canada is consulted by more people in Canadian than CBC. Radio-Canada generates more publicity, advertising income than CBC. In fact, French Radio-Canada subsidizes English services at CBC. Yet Ms. Tate is asking French Radio-Canada to accept half of the cuts she's asking for on the back of French and on the back of the regions. Should the Prime Minister himself not call Ms. Tate to appear before parliamentarians to explain herself? Francophone members at the House of Commons, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, like the Leader of the Bloc knows very well, we'll always be here to defend both official languages in Canada, and we will look at the protection of French in particular, including in Quebec. CDUC Radio-Canada has an important mandate, and we are concerned by the situation all our media stations are facing with digitalization and online services and attacks from the Conservatives against the media, particularly at CBC Radio-Canada. And we'll always be here to defend journalists who are an essential pillar of our democracy.
Member for London Fanshawe.
3 women in London have been killed by their male partners over the past year. And our women's shelters are doing everything they can, but they just can't keep up. ANOVA's women's shelter had to turn people away 2,400 times this year. This is an epidemic. But what are the Liberals doing? Cutting funding to women's shelters when they need them the most. When will the Prime Minister reverse his $150 million cut to women's shelters?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today and every day we reinforce that everyone has the right to live free from violence. We've made historic investments, including unprecedented investments during the pandemic to support shelters, and we're taking real action to end gender-based violence in our communities. We're also working with provinces and territories to develop a national action plan to prevent gender-based violence and support survivors. We know there is an urgent need for more action, and we will not stop until gender-based violence comes to an end.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Indigenous women and their children are forced to live in violent situations because of the lack of adequate housing. The Liberals are actively keeping Indigenous peoples marginalized by delaying the release of housing investments promised. The NDP fought to secure $4 billion to help build homes Indigenous peoples need. But the Liberals keep delaying these investments, keeping Indigenous peoples out in the cold. When will this government help Indigenous communities get the homes they so desperately need?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking action to address housing gaps in Indigenous communities swiftly, effectively, and in equal partnership. Budget 2023 included an additional investment of $4 billion in the Indigenous housing strategy, on top of the $6.7 billion since 2015. In fact, since 2016, we've supported the construction and renovation of over 30,000 homes in First Nations communities, and we continue to work with First Nations partners to co-develop 10-year housing infrastructure strategy. We will continue working with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, along with all levels of government, to co-develop and implement community-based housing solutions because they are desperately needed.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
A desperate and panicking Prime Minister spent the weekend calling Liberal senators, pleading with them to keep the carbon tax on farmers. Our common sense plan will take the tax off of the people who grow the food, ship the food, and as a result, Canadians who buy the food. Yesterday, he got his Christmas wish. Liberal senators gutted Bill C-234, a move that will keep food prices high while Canadians visit food banks in record numbers. So will he finally listen to the outcry? Will he listen to anyone but his globe-trotting activist environment minister and take the tax off so people can put food on their table this Christmas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House. Well, we'll try. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The only senators that sit in any caucus are Conservative senators, Mr. Speaker, and I would note that up to 1/3 of those Conservative senators did not vote yesterday. Mr. Speaker, climate change is driving food inflation, not pollution pricing. Farmers are on the front lines of climate change. They know about climate change. They experience the effects of droughts, flood, and storms firsthand, and unlike the Conservative Party, they have no problem saying climate change. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative strategy is to ignore climate change and stay hiding in the pockets of big oil and gas. That is no strategy at all, and it is risky and reckless.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, every single senator who voted against this bill was a Liberal senator. The Prime Minister's carbon tax has already ruined Christmas for millions of Canadian families. So Conservatives are going to ruin Christmas vacation for this Prime Minister and his Liberal MPs. We will stay here as long as it takes to force them to axe the tax so that Canadians can afford gas, groceries, and home heating. So, Mr. Speaker, how long are we going to be here? Is it 1 week? Is it 2 weeks? Is it 3 weeks until this Prime Minister finally relents and cancels his carbon tax on farmers, on families, and on First Nations?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives who had their senators bully independent senators in the other place, we will stand up to the bullies on the other side. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stand for Canadians every single day. And we know that when we put a price on pollution with the rebate, Canadians get more back than they pay. If the Conservatives cared about Canadians and their affordability challenges, they would support the price on pollution because it is putting money in their pockets. But typical Conservative style, they take from the poor to give to the rich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this weekend it was the Prime Minister that was bullying the senators, calling them up and telling them to kill Bill C-234, a common sense bill to help farmers and families. And the Senate, you know, they listened to him. They gutted the bill, okay? But people are suffering. People are hungry. The food bank use in my riding is up over 100%. So will the Prime Minister finally listen to Canadians and take the carbon tax off farmers, First Nations, and families?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other place actually found one of the Conservative senators in breach of privilege for the actions that he took bullying independent senators, Mr. Speaker. That member should be cognizant of the fact that independent senators can make their own decisions. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting Canadians, this government has been there the entire time, whether it was through supporting millions of Canadians through the pandemic, whether it's supporting them through the social safety net that the Conservatives are looking to gut with their cuts. Mr. Speaker, in typical Conservative fashion, they're looking to take from the poor and give to the rich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's this Liberal government that's trying to make everybody poor. But, you know, the Prime Minister, he's determined to ruin Christmas for Canadians. And so Conservatives will ruin his vacation. We will stay here and we will fight until he decides to take the carbon tax off families, farmers, and First Nations. Will he do it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, Mr. Speaker, party opposite continues to spread information that is simply incorrect. When they're talking about the vote in the other place, they should really be asking the Conservative senators who sit in that caucus why they didn't show up to vote yesterday. Mr. Speaker, if they truly cared about it, that would have been the question that they were asking instead of posing this to the government that has nothing to do with the independent Senate. But what we do on this side of the House is we support farmers. We're going to be there for farmers. We're going to be there for all Canadians like we have been since 2015. We're going to keep delivering for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's just all take a deep breath.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything cost more, and unfortunately it's not over yet. We know that the bill adopted C-234, and even the Greens voted with us, but then it would have given us some tax breaks for farmers. But then the Prime Minister picked up the phone and personally called senators to make sure that Bill C-234 would be gutted, and unfortunately it worked, and that's the problem. Why is the Prime Minister always so intent on taking even more money out of families' pockets in Canada? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I have enormous respect for my colleague, but he knows that the only party that is in this House that is trying to take money from Canadians is the Conservatives. Cancelling the price on pollution will leave most Canadians worse off than they are now. And if they have questions for senators, why did the Conservative senators not vote yesterday? On this side of the House, we respect democratic institutions, but we know that's not the case for the Conservatives. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I also have a great deal of respect for the Minister, but I'd like her to explain that how come they want to seek even more money from the pockets of Canadians, and that's exactly what they're doing. But we have the solution with Bill C-234, which gives Canadian farmers a break. It means that food will not continue to rise like it has under this Liberal government. And once again, the Liberals will rely on their senators to attack this bill. When will this government and people understand that it costs a lot to vote for this Liberal government? The Honourable Government House Leader. It costs expense a lot. That's what the Conservatives would do. They would take money from the pockets of Canadians. They voted against an increase in the CCB and an increase in OIS for seniors. They voted against dental benefits for lower-income Canadians. On this side of the House, we understand that we have to be there to support Canadians, and that's something that I would like the Conservative Party understand as well. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the number to retain this week is 2,000. 2,000 is the number of meetings the Liberals have held with fossil fuel lobbyists since last year. 2,000 meetings in 2 years with oil companies. We know that numbers don't lie. And when a Liberal gives you a choice between listening to what he's saying and looking at the numbers, do like me and choose the numbers. Look at the numbers. The Liberals tell us day after day that they agree, but I have a simple question for them. Do they realize that the numbers suggest that they're leaning towards black oil? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to have meetings with all stakeholders in the economy. Yes, it includes the oil sector, but also environmentalist groups. 2 weeks ago, I had a meeting with Environmental Defense, with many green groups, to have conversations that are very important. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Figures don't lie, Mr. Speaker. 2,000 meetings between the Liberals and fossil fuel lobbyists since last year. The PMO has met with oil companies twice as often as with environmental groups. And on the finance side, it's even four times more often. Does this have an impact on policies? Well, let's follow the money trail. The Liberals' flagship environmental measure in Bill C-59 is $30.3 billion in oil company subsidies. When will the Liberals base their policies on the climate crisis rather than the oil companies whining? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've already said, it's important for us to hold meetings with participants of all sectors of our economy. And of course, I had many meetings with the Bloc as well. But I'd like to say that we did announce this week new regulations to reduce methane by 75%. And it's the first country worldwide that has made this commitment. It's something that's very important to fight climate change, and we are very proud of this.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister spent the weekend pressuring Liberal senators, demanding that they kill our Conservative bill that would axe the carbon tax for Canadian farmers. Yesterday, those senators bowed to their political master. They used every dirty trick in the book to gut the bill. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, these Liberals aren't hurting us. They're hurting hungry Canadians who can't afford these higher prices for their food. Why won't the Prime Minister park his ideological admiration for higher taxes for Canadians and give Canadians a Christmas miracle and finally axe the tax for farmers, First Nations and families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, there's no Liberal senators, and the Conservative senators didn't even vote. Mr. Speaker, we already know the Conservatives don't believe in climate change, but it seems like they don't believe in math either. University of Calgary-based economists conducted a thorough review of our price on pollution, and facts are facts, Mr. Speaker. 94% of families who earn less than $50,000 receive more back through our price on pollution than they pay. But in typical Conservative fashion, Mr. Speaker, the member from Carleton and his merry band of climate change deniers want to steal from the poor and give to the rich. It's risky and reckless, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the most ridiculous answer I've heard in this House today. There's only one group in this House that's trying to take away from those that are most vulnerable. When will these Liberals finally understand that if you tax the Liberals, you tax the farmers that grow the food and the truckers that ship the food, it's eventually going to cost more for Canadians to buy the food. When will he set aside his ideological attachment to the carbon tax and finally give a break to farmers, First Nations, and Canadian families this Christmas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Farmers are on the front lines of the climate crisis. They are the first to feel the effects of floods and droughts. And, Mr. Speaker, wheat yields are down 20% in 2023. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? It's climate change. Yet, unlike these Conservatives, farmers have no problem identifying climate change as the culprit for the reduction in their yields, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of wheat, if the Conservatives really want to support food security, then they should support the breadbasket of Europe, Mr. Speaker. That's Ukraine. Ukraine says they need assistance in strengthening economic resilience, yet they voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. I'd urge them to reconsider that shameful vote in third reading.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Liberal-appointed senators voted to gut Common Sense Conservative Bill C-234, an action that betrays farmers. For the last decade, this PM has repeatedly made the claim that the Senate and those he appoints to it are independent, yet this weekend proved otherwise. He and his Socialist Environment Minister were busy employing a campaign of bullying and pressure to force his senators to kill this needed carbon tax carve-out. The carbon tax is punishing the farmers who produce the food and the folks that need it. Will this Prime Minister finally just listen to Canadians and axe his carbon tax?
Hey, hey. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable colleague is well aware the other place makes a decision on their own. We do not. The Conservative Party of Canada has senators in their caucus. The Conservative Party of Canada does not have a policy or a plan for the environment. But I can assure my honourable colleague that we do have a plan for the environment, and that's why we're able to make an investment of $1.5 billion to help farmers, processors reduce their environmental footprint. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to support our farmers and ranchers in this country.
I just want to say, I mean, as I said, the Honourable Minister sits right here. I can barely hear him. So let's try to keep the sound down a little bit. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that farmers are asking that minister to axe the carbon tax. That PM promised that the Senate would be independent, but the actions this past week prove that that is a complete farce. We know he bullied his senators. The PM himself was on the phone over the weekend telling them they had to gut Bill C-234. The Prime Minister lied, and his minions continue to lie about
here at the same time I did knows full well that you can't use that word. I would say the honourable member should retract that and apologize. The honourable member Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I will not apologize to that Prime Minister when he continues to lie about the independence of the Senate.
I'm asking the honourable member to apologize for the second time and retract that word. The honourable member knows full well you cannot use that word in this chamber. So this is the last opportunity. The honourable member of Battle River Crowfoot, will you be retracting that?
It's the truth. It's the truth. I will not apologize to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Couric, would you mind leaving us today? Let me fill this. I have to name you for the disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to the authority granted by me, Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House from any participation by video conference for the remainder of this sitting day. But he did leave. I'm just going to take a bit of a break here. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, over half of women with disabilities are living on less than $10,000 a year. They can't afford the medication they need, nutritious food, or housing. And for women with disabilities who are facing intimate partner violence, they can't afford to get away or to move out of their homes. The Liberals have failed these women. Will the Prime Minister stop endangering women with disabilities by releasing the Canada Disability Benefit now? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that really important question. Mr. Speaker, it also gives me a chance to first and foremost acknowledge that this past Sunday was International Day for Persons with Disabilities, an opportunity for all of us to continue to do the hard work to create a barrier-free Canada and to ensure that we create equal opportunities for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, on Canada Disability Benefit, the honourable member knows very well we are absolutely committed to getting it right and getting it out quickly as possible, but in the true spirit of nothing without us. Mr. Speaker, online public consultations who are fully accessible are available online for regulations, and I hope that all Canadians will participate.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend violence between Israel and Hamas resumed. More Palestinian children and humanitarian workers have been killed in Netanyahu's bombardment, and there are still many people being held hostage by Hamas. Doctors Without Borders convoys in Gaza were attacked and destroyed, and aid trucks have been blocked. This is not eliminating Hamas. This is destroying an entire population. And yet the Liberals and the Conservatives refuse to call for a ceasefire. Why is the government's position so cowardly in the face of this humanitarian disaster?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, of course we
unequivocally condemn the terrorist attacks that happened on October 7 against innocent Israeli civilians. As we, of course, think that it is completely unacceptable that so many women and children, civilians in Gaza, have died during the context of this crisis. The cycle of violence will not ensure Israel's long-term security, and the price of justice cannot be the suffering of all Palestinian people. The violence must stop. Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we remember the 14 young women who were killed during the École Polytechnique massacre. As the 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence comes to an end, we are reminded that our work must continue until we achieve a Canada free of gender-based violence. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth update the House on how our government is addressing the prevention of gender-based violence? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and today we remember the victims of the massacre at École Polytechnique. The brazen disregard of the safety of women and the clear intent to harm them casts a shadow on our hearts to this day. And even now, gender-based violence remains a real threat for women. Because of this, our commitment to end it has not changed. That's why we have signed 10 agreements alongside provinces and territories through the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. And this work will not stop, Mr. Speaker, until it ends.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians across the country are feeling betrayed. Betrayed by this Prime Minister's senators who voted to gut Conservative Bill C-234, a bill that would have provided carbon tax relief for Canadian farmers and for Canadian families who are just trying to put food on the table. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, will this Prime Minister end his carbon tax obsession and provide relief for Canadians so they can stop turning to food banks?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows, there are no senators on this side of the House. The only senators that are in a political party are those that are Conservative. Perhaps the member opposite would like to ask why 13 Conservative senators didn't show up to vote. Is it perhaps because they don't support the leader's position on Ukraine and recognize that if they truly cared about making food more affordable, they might actually support the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement? But the questions he has to ask are to the Conservative senators who didn't vote for their bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, the minister can say whatever she wants, but when the minister is phoning his Liberal-appointed senators and instructing them how to gut the bill, it's pretty hard to believe them. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, removing the carbon tax from Canadian farmers, making food cheaper for all Canadians. The Prime Minister continues to stand in the way of Canadian farmers and punish them with this carbon tax. When will the Prime Minister set aside his ideological opposition to the carbon tax and remove it for all farmers, families, and First Nations?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, but once again, that member knows full well, and although he's not sharing it with Canadians, that the only senators that sit in a political party are Conservative senators, and they didn't show up to vote yesterday. So he should really ask why they didn't do that. Perhaps they have an issue with some of the positions that his leader has taken. So if he cares about the high cost of living, if he cares about food prices, then he should simply change his vote on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, because that is causing the most significant inflation when it comes to food prices, as is climate change. And so he should check his ideological opposition to fighting climate change. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this desperate, panicking Prime Minister spent his weekend calling senators, begging them to kill Bill C-234. And yesterday, unsurprisingly, the Senate voted for an amendment that would empty Bill C-234 of all substance. That would keep food at an exorbitant price. At a time when Canadians are struggling, will this Prime Minister finally stop trying to radically increase the carbon tax on farmers and families? Finally.
They sold.
The Honourable Minister of Transport, where was this member when there were forest fires and floods this summer, when people had to leave their homes? Where was he when it came time to see the impact of climate change on people, on farmers? And where was he this morning? Because this morning I was at the Liberal caucus and there were no senators, whereas he was at his caucus where there are plenty of senators. So he should tell the truth. Well, I just asked someone to leave because of the use of the word truth. It's almost the same thing here, talking about truth or lies, so I would ask the member to be careful. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Well, I'm connected with what's happening on the ground. My colleague may not be aware of this. There are direct impacts on farmers, including in Quebec, because the propane we use in Quebec comes from outside, so we pay for it. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not allow the economic statement from last week to pass. In fact, the government hasn't even tried to bring it to the floor for debate, and agriculture is not even in the bill. The word agriculture is not even there. With record levels at our food banks, won't this government help food prices to go down? So I repeat my question. I hope my colleague will answer it this time. When will the Prime Minister finally give up his idea of radically increasing the carbon tax? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's say things very clearly. Pricing pollution reduces pollution and puts more money into the pockets of 8 out of 10 families. Now, in terms of the number of families in Beauce receiving the child care benefit, well, it's 9 out of 10 families in that riding. They're receiving the Canada Child Benefit. And yet, the Conservative leader voted against the Canada Child Benefit. He voted against the interests of 9,000 families in Beauce. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We now know that it was the Prime Minister who interfered with the public competition for the Afghanistan Mission Monument. And we know that he's the one who strategized to reverse the jury's decision and make sure that the Quebec team, the Daoust team, would lose. Yesterday, the House of Commons spoke, led by the Bloc Québécois. The House condemned the government's 180 and the fact that it's not respecting its own rules. Will the Prime Minister listen to the House and reverse his decision to push aside the winning team, the Quebec team? The Honourable Minister for Veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The Department of Veterans Affairs decided to do this because we chose to listen to veterans. More than 12,000 veterans, more than 12,000 Canadians filled out a survey and poll, and most of them were veterans, and they clearly said that the Stimson concept better represented veteran sacrifice and valor. That's why that decision was taken, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, these Liberals deliberately rejected Quebec. There was a competition in the case of the monument. Quebec won, and yet the Prime Minister decided to topple that decision. So Quebec was pushed aside. Now, in the Boeing against Bombardier file, the Liberals didn't even leave it to chance. They didn't even offer a bid for tender, so there was no chance for Quebec to win. But the result was the same in both cases. In both cases, the Liberals strategized to push aside Quebec and make it lose a federal contract. Why? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Veterans Affairs ultimately chose the Stimson's concept. We listened to veterans. We created a survey. Thousands of Canadians answered the survey. Most of them were veterans. Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand why my honourable colleague doesn't want to listen to veterans. Because once again, there's the one who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Afghanistan mission.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians know the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He spent the weekend making desperate and panic-stricken phone calls to senators, pleading with them to kill Bill C-234. And yesterday, that's exactly what they did when they voted to gut the bill and keep food prices high for struggling Canadians.
When will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians, take the carbon tax off farmers, First Nations, and families that just want to heat their homes?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We don't need Conservatives to tell us how to help farmers, Mr. Speaker. Farmers are the most impacted by climate change. The last season was one of the worst, with 20% lower wheat yields in the prairies, Mr. Speaker, and the culprit was a hotter season. That's climate change, Mr. Speaker. Now, we already know that Conservatives don't believe in climate change, but it seems like they don't believe in math either, Mr. Speaker. 94% of families that earn less than $50,000 a year receive more back from the price on pollution than they spend. But it's typical. It's an old story, Mr. Speaker. These Conservatives just want to steal from the poor and give to the rich, with the leader from Carleton and his merry climate change deniers.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal-appointed senators voted yesterday to keep the carbon tax pain on Canadian families and once again betray farmers by gutting Bill C-234.
Unbelievable.
With food bank usages at a record high, the Prime Minister should have the courage to explain why he instructed senators to keep food prices high for struggling Canadians.
That's right.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and take the carbon tax off farmers, First Nations, and families that are struggling to get by?
Axe the tax.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And being a farmer and meeting farmers right across the country, one of the first questions they ask me, how come the Conservative Party of Canada does not have a plan to deal with the environment? When you look at all the fires, all the floods, all the destruction that's taken place. But I told them we do have a plan. We do have a plan, and an example of that plan is with the Minister of Agriculture from Ontario, we're able to announce a $25 million program in order to make sure that farmers remain on the cutting edge. But farmers are able to produce crops that are strong in areas that are more moisture. And we, as I said, Mr. Speaker, continue.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Yesterday, the Prime Minister's hand-picked senators voted to keep the carbon tax on farmers and keep food costs high.
Shameful.
In Edmonton, the Veterans Food Bank is pleading for donations to help our veterans. And that is the legacy of this Prime Minister. Food banks are veterans begging for help. When will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and take the carbon tax off farmers, First Nations, and families who are just desperate to heat their homes?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, as I said previously, being a farmer and talking to farmers, they cannot understand how a Conservative Party of Canada would not have a plan to deal with the environment. When you deal with situations like Fiona in Atlantic Canada, totally destroying properties, destroying dairy barns, killing animals. In fact, that's part of the cost for the price on food. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to support farmers. For an example, dealing with Minister Thompson in Ontario, we announced $25 million to make sure farmers stay on the cutting edge. We have and will continue to support farmers.
Were you just doing a standing order 31 there?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, too often people in Waterloo Region and across Canada lose loved ones to overdoses caused by the increasingly toxic illegal drug supply. People who are struggling needs all levels of governments to work together in a comprehensive and evidence-based substance use policy. We know that stigma and fear won't solve this crisis. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions inform Canadians on the harm caused by stigmatizing the toxic drug and overdose crisis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
I want to thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, common sense without science means loved ones lost. Raising stigma is killing people who need our help. I was shocked to learn that Conservatives kept interrupting experts at Health Committee. If the overdose crisis was truly a priority, they would listen to experts and follow the facts. Our evidence-based plan includes prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and law enforcement. We're not pitting one pillar against another, Mr. Speaker. We're using all the tools needed to save lives. Reckless and risky games stoke fear. We need to work together and fight this crisis to save lives.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, a desperate, panicked Prime Minister spent this past weekend calling senators pleading to kill C-234. Yesterday, his NDP Liberal government got their wish when the senators betrayed farmers, gutting this important bill, keeping the carbon tax. This keeps food prices high and farmers struggling. Farmers across Canada buy goods they need retail and sell what they produce wholesale. Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years, farmers know this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. If he won't help our farmers, when will he get out of the way so a Conservative government can?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, when I hear from everyday Canadians about affordability, when I hear from people like Lindsay in my riding, when I hear from former classmates like Stephanie, what they say to me is that the cost of food is going up, but they understand it's a complex problem. Climate change feeds into the cost of food. Things like instability overseas in Europe and an illegal war in Ukraine affect the price of food. Ergo, we just wonder about the sincerity of the party opposite when they vote against instrumental measures like affordability piece of legislation or legislation that will assist Ukraine and stop that illegal war.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you ate today, thank a farmer. If you couldn't afford to eat today, thank these Liberals.
Right.
Our farmers spent their days working hard to ensure that Canadians have enough food. The NDP Liberal government spends their days developing new ways to tax Canadians and drive up costs. The Conservatives proposed Bill C-234 to take the carbon tax off farmers. But this piece of work Prime Minister has pressured his appointed senators to block this bill. After 8 years, will the Prime Minister finally get his hands out of the pockets of farmers, families, and First Nations and axe the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's time that the Conservative Party stopped misleading Canadians with respect to these issues. I certainly would invite them to read the article that the University of Calgary economist Trevor Toon put out yesterday, which basically showed that 95% of Canadians on low and moderate incomes get more money back. Rather than talking about axe the tax, they should be talking about axe the rebate and taking money out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians.
Only got a few more to go, folks. The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska.
The honourable member from Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, farmers wanted a break on the carbon tax, but unfortunately the Senate voted for an amendment that empties Bill C-234 of all substance. Food prices will remain very high at a time when Canadians are struggling. And we certainly can't count on the costly Bloc Liberal coalition to help them. Will the Prime Minister finally abandon his plan to increase the carbon tax on farmers and families? They just can't take it anymore, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to understand the Conservatives' obsession with undermining the fight against climate change. I just don't understand. And they don't even seem to recognize the existence of climate change, and they're doing everything to avoid doing something about it. Earlier, they were asking us to speak with our senators, and they asked us to stop speaking with them. We don't even have any senators. They have plenty of senators. They should talk to their senators. Their senators didn't even show up to vote. They should fix their own problem.
Sudbury.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, today we remember the 14 young women who were killed during the École Polytechnique massacre. We must continue to work hard to end gender-based violence in Canada. Could the Minister for Women and Gender Equality update the House on the work our government is doing to ensure that a senseless massacre like this never happens again? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, today we are taking time to remember the mothers, sisters, daughters from throughout the country who have been taken from us due to this senseless and avoidable violence. Gender-based violence must and shall not be tolerated in Canada. Our government will fight to end gender-based violence. We need firearms control legislation and a national action plan to end gender-based violence.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwadanook-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, this past summer was the worst wildfire season in Canada's history. Indigenous communities are on the front lines of the climate crisis and are disproportionately paying the price. Yet Liberals are investing less than a third of all emergency preparedness money in prevention, choosing to be reactive. First Nations like Bloodvein, that's been evacuated because of wildfires, does not have a fire truck to this day. The AFN is asking for $30 billion in mitigation. The Liberal spending on mitigation is a drop in the bucket. Why are the Liberals pretending this reality is acceptable for First Nations and Indigenous communities facing the climate crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Dealing with significant wildfire season because of climate change. And it's impacting the most vulnerable, especially when it comes to our Indigenous communities. I've traveled. Every time I've gone to visit the disaster-affected areas, I do meet with the Indigenous communities. One of the things that we are looking at is making sure that we use their knowledge in terms of mitigation and making sure that we have the appropriate response for us. We are going to get this right, Mr. Speaker, to making sure that the Indigenous have the support to actually support us in the wildfire response. Thank you.
And the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Sudanese Canadians have been advocating since April for this government's definition of immediate family member to include siblings, parents, and grandparents amidst escalating violence and reports of ethnic cleansing in Sudan. Now, Canadians with family in Gaza are living this same horror. While I appreciate the minister has rightfully admitted at committee that the definition probably should be expanded, nothing has yet changed. When will the minister fix this definition so that Sudanese and Palestinian Canadians can bring their family to safety?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can't stress more to members of the House how difficult it is actually to get people out of Gaza in a war zone faced with a humanitarian disaster. Our priority remains permanent residents and Canadian families. We are looking at options to expand that to make sure that people connected to Canada can be afforded a safe haven. But again, this is work in progress, and it is extremely difficult to get people out at this time, but we will continue to work hard to do so. Thank you.
It was
And that's all the time for question period we have today. We do have an introduction. I wish to draw the attention to the members in the presence of the gallery of the Honourable Nils Clark, Minister of Highways, Public Works, and Minister of Environment of the Yukon. Moment of silence. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence. I would now invite the House to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 34 years ago at École Polytechnique in Montréal. Merci beaucoup. Now we have a couple of points of order. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Given that the CBC announced it is cutting 600 jobs and 250 de ces emplois,
and 250 of these jobs.
I'm already hearing a number of no's. I'm already hearing a number of. we've changed a little bit on when we hear a number of no's, when we just move on to the next item. So that the honourable leader of the official opposition.
There must be a misunderstanding, because surely the Liberals don't want to give bonuses to CBC executives while killing jobs of CBC workers. They must have. The problem is they haven't listened to the motion.
I can't hear anything, so I wouldn't know if it was. I wouldn't know it was debate because I can't hear him.
Of the people
the honourable leader
working for it while giving bonuses to the executives. Clearly, that's not what they're. Oh, it is. That is what they're calling for. What a shame, Mr. Speaker. What a terrible shame.
Thank you. I believe another point of order from the Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today during question period, it was very clear and very much appreciated when the member from Battle River, Crowfoot, used unparliamentary language. He was asked to leave the chamber. But, Mr. Speaker, upon reflection of it, I would ask that you take a listen to all the proceedings that had taken place during that commotion, and you will find, I think, some very outrageous things that were being said, and we would ask that you consider not acknowledging the member's right to speak until he formally apologizes to the House.
I mean, ultimately, we will go back and listen to the event. I can only rule on things that I heard on the microphone, and of course, the honourable member was the one that had said it that I was aware. So, okay, let's go on to the next item. It being 3:24, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, to the motion to concur in the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. McCauley.
Move that the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, February 14th, 2023 be concurred in. Mr. Calkins, the amendment. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Soroka, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. May I dispense? No. Quote, the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, February 14, 2023, be now concurred in, but that it would be recommitted to the committee with the instruction that A, it take note of the resignation of the CEO and Chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, over allegations that funds were used improperly, namely that SDTC had been accused of giving grants to startups and accelerators with ties to their senior management, as well as making payments inconsistent with the requirement of their agreement with government. And B, in keeping with the Auditor General's observation, the Treasury Board, which is responsible for the supervision of SDTC, has not provided oversight, as well as SDTC's mission statement, claiming it has, quote, committed to full transparency, end of quote. The committee add to its recommendations an invitation to Annette Vishurin and the whistleblowers who exposed this scandal to appear before the committee, end of quote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
True? Did I do that? Yes. Let's see, nobody. I always have some friends over here helping me out. They didn't help me out this time. Apologize. I have associates. Which line? Be not okay. Be not now read. I'm sure it was in be not now read. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House and now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Williamson.
Correction, Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Bramptonese.
Mr. Sidhu Bramptonese.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Cirillo.
Ms. Arillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote because of technical issues, they now can activate the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Nay contre.
Quelqu'un d'autre? Anybody else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 111, 111. Nays contre 202, 202.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Monsieur Macaulay, Edmonton.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, seconded by Mr. Courig, moved that the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, be concurred in.
Participant en personne désire que la...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Présidence. The honourable member for Edmonton West. Edmonton Mall. Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Henley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladu.
Miss Gladu.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Yay pour.
Très bien. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 202, 202. Nays contre, 112, 112.
Je déclare la motion...
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Berthold in relation to the privilege motion. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved that the Speaker's public participation at an Ontario Liberal Party convention as Speaker of the House of Commons constitutes a breach of the tradition and expectation of impartiality required for that high office. Constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities, and therefore the House referred the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy.
The amendment, Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Tucker, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following, quote, provided that the committee, A, meet within 24 hours after receiving this order of reference to consider the matter, B, ensure this matter take priority over all other business, C, shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for the committee meetings, subject to the special orders adopted on Monday, May 16, 2023, and Monday, December 4, 2023, and D, be instructed to report back to the House not later than Thursday, December 14, 2023, end of quote. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Vith.
Mr. Vith.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Mazur.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Brewston.
Mr. Brewston.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Bramptonese.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
I say all those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function or show up in the chamber, and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Robillard, yea pour.
To count votes. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 310, 310. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the amendment carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-322 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Monsieur Cormier, appuyez.
Mr. Cormier, seconded by Mr. Rogers, moved that Bill C-322 enact to develop a national framework to establish a school food program be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Pour.
Nous procédons maintenant, député.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr.
All those at my left in the fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Now to prove that I have my right and my left correct, the honourable members at my right in the is it fourth row.
Okay.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Briere.
Madame Briere.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Miss Kara.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Yen.
Ms. Jassic.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
At my right in the first row.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Cinquième rangée.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Quatrième rangée.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
All those at my right opposed to the motion, please rise in the sixth row. fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Luc.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Geneveux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Melted.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Ms. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Troisième rangée. À ma gauche.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Bien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
In the first row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, I ask them to use the raise hand function or stand in the chamber, and the House will recognize them. Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Robillard, yay pour.
I believe Mr. Hernandez-Sangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I had some difficulties with my app, and I vote yes.
Hernandez-Sangari, yay pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 202 descendus. Nays contre, 110 sans 10.
I declare the motion is carried. Well, there should be according. Because normally there's a call. So, City Clerk, second reading of this bill.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disability. Grab everything.
La Chambre procédera maintenant au...
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-295 under private members' business.
Question is as follows. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
The... Oops, where are we? The honourable member for, say, Vancouver... Vancouver Centre. Elle n'est pas arrivée. So, qu'est-ce qui arrive? We will now proceed to the members participating in persons. Que tous ceux à ma droite qui...
All those at my right in favour of the motion will please rise.
Stoga. Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Bain.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Cinquième rangée. À votre droite.
Fifth row.
Mr. Longfield. Mr. McLeod. Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Fourth row.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr.
Monsieur
Arsenault.
Arsenault.
Madame
Madame
Lalonde.
Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr.
Mr.
Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Yin.
Ms. Jassic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
To all those members on my left who are in favor of the motion will please rise. Now, sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Desile.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Arillo.
Ms. Arillo.
Fifth row.
Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens. Fourth.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Ms. Barron.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leroux.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Miss Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Larouche.
Madame LaRouche.
Mr. Cannons.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Belton.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlow.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Okay. All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period is over.
Vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. L'honorable Monsieur Robillard.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour.
Bien, yé pour.
Pas personne d'autre?
No one else?
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 309, 309. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-295 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Ms. Barron, moved that Bill C-219 enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make related amendments to other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environmental and Sustainable Development. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute voting period for members participating electronically has now begun. We'll start with the sponsor of the bill.
Okanagan, West Kootenay. Tu l'as dit? Oui. Okay. All those on my right in favor of the, on the left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Fourth row.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Third row.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Monsieur Bouleris. Mr. Angus. Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Are you the new environmental girl?
All those on my left, all those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Fifth row.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Second row.
Mr. Viss.
Third row, sorry.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
First row.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. 6th row.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
5th row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
4th row.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
3rd row.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Alsano.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemover.
Mr. Lemover.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmaracek.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
2nd row.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazzy.
1st row.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
La Chambre entendrait maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceeding.
Penbrook.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would like to ensure that my vote was counted as nay.
Mrs. Gallant, nay contre.
Mr. El Khoury.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur El Khoury, nay contre.
Madame Bendayan. Monsieur Robillard. Oh, excuse.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre.
Monsieur Robillard vote contre.
Monsieur Robillard, nay contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 54, 54. Nays contre 257, 257.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 79 minutes. Order. The House is continuing on, so I would ask any members who may be exiting to please do so quietly. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
De Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, la petite entreprise.
Small business, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, persons with disabilities, and the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, housing.
What's this? Oh, yeah.
Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Great work.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Madam Speaker, 34 years ago, a horrific act of gender-based violence shocked and devastated our country. On December 6, 1989, a man walked into a classroom at l'École Polytechnique in Montreal, separated the women from the men, and opened fire on the women. 14 jeunes femmes ont
14 young women lost their lives that day, and 13 others were injured.
Day of remembrance and action on violence against women. Nous nous souvenons des vies perdues.
We will remember the lives lost. We will name them: Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Havernick, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michelle Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Kluznik-Vidayevich.
Lives tragically cut short. They were students, daughters, sisters, and friends. One was an athlete, another a musician. One spoke 5 languages. Another wanted to be an engineer, just like her dad. Who could they have become? How might they have changed the world? We will never know. This tragedy was a wake-up call when it happened and remains a reminder of the violent consequences of unchecked misogyny. Today and throughout the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we acknowledge that the sexism and hatred that motivated the tragedy at Polytechnique Montréal remains a very real threat for women in Canada. With more than 6.2 million women in Canada aged 15 and older having experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. And in 2021, 173 women and girls were killed violently in Canada. That is 1 woman every 2 days. This violence has a direct impact on our health, social and justice systems, et coûte à l'économie canadienne des...
And it costs billions of dollars every year to the Canadian economy.
Anyone can be impacted by this violence. We know that people with intersectional identities suffer the most. This includes Indigenous peoples, Black and racialized women, immigrant and refugee women, 2S LGBTQI+ people, women living in northern, rural, and remote communities, and people with disabilities. We know that this issue is deeply rooted in our society and requires a coordinated response, which is why I worked with governments from every province and every territory to launch the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence last year. Since the launch of the plan, we've been able to sign 10 agreements alongside provinces and territories to get this funding to people working on the front lines, to help women and children fleeing violence and prevent violence from happening in the first place. We've been able to get these agreements signed quickly because we are all unified and focused on eliminating gender-based violence from our communities, our schools, our workplaces, our country. Madame le Président, nous devons prévenir.
Madam Speaker, we must prevent tragedies like the one at Polytechnique in Montreal by listening to the survivors and experts,
learning more about gender-based violence, and taking action to end it. That action must include men and boys as part of the solution, and making sure that we break intergenerational cycles of violence. Gender-based violence, Madame le Président, is not a woman's issue. It is a societal issue that we must all stand against. I look forward to seeing members at the Centennial Flame for a moment of silence later today. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her inspiring speech. On December 6th, 1989, 14 women were murdered at the Montreal École Polytechnique. They were studying hard for their final exams and for the holidays. But then, a horrifying event took place. These women, Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Haviernik, Barbara Kluznik-Vidayevich, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, and Annie Turcotte were murdered because they were women. This senseless horror, to think that a woman could suffer this just because she was a woman. The shock in Canada was so overwhelming that the government designated December 6th as National Day of Remembrance and to fight gender-based violence. I myself was deeply shaken by what happened. Those women were my age. They were studying, they had dreams and ambitions. And that all was destroyed forever. Their life path ended, and mine continued. I will always carry them in my thoughts. Today we pay tribute to these women. We also pay tribute to all women in Canada and elsewhere who were and are, unfortunately, victims of hate and violence in all their forms. 34 years later, this day is still necessary. Intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and misogynistic speech are all still present. We all have a role to play to eradicate these various scourges. We must all work strongly together. police services, municipalities, social services, and, of course, all parliamentarians must work together. I'd like to thank my colleagues at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, which I have the honor to be a part of. The women and a man who are doing extraordinary work. We also have an exceptional chair, the member for Elgin Middlesex London. Together, we are moving in the same direction for women's rights. We've carried out difficult studies on violence against women, girls, and Indigenous women. Courageous survivors came and spoke to us about their painful experiences. Our recommendations to the government reflect what they said, which was very touching. We must continue our work. We must also continue to make resources available so women can leave violent situations. Some domestic violence hotlines receive up to 25,000 calls a year. We must support women who are victims of violence and also their near and dear. We know that also there are hundreds of women's shelters and other organizations. I would like to thank two organizations in my riding, the Bellechasse Women's Center and Jonction pour Elle. Ladies, thank you so much for your work. As the minister said, education is a big part of the solution. We must teach and learn respect from the very youngest age. Everyone needs to understand that violence is never a solution. In an ideal world, women would be completely free of fear and violence. They shouldn't have to be hyper-vigilant when they walk down the street, as too often occurs. They should be able to develop healthy relationships full of respect. Today, we remember the victims of the Polytechnique massacre, but women are making progress. In 2022, the first director of Polytechnique, who was a woman, was appointed, and then later, 2 women were appointed to high positions at McGill, the heads of the engineering and health departments. This is a sign of hope. A great deal of progress has been made since that fateful day in 1989. Let's be very clear, however, there is still much to be done. Let's keep working hard for these 14 young and brilliant women. We will remember them. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I accidentally said Mr. Speaker, but I'll start over. Madam Speaker, Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Avirnik, Barbara Klusznik-Vidayevit, Maryse Lagagnière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. Madam Speaker, year after year, we stubbornly repeat these 14 names. We repeat that we will never forget them, but that's not true. We are forgetting these women. Like the passing years, we find that the sound of the sirens on that fateful day gradually disappears in the distance. And we forget the faces of these women. Every year we make our speeches, but we shouldn't find it to be simply a formality, a wake that we do simply because we have to, and then goodbye until next year. Time is a thief. We cannot continue to mourn eternally. We cannot continue to be angry forever because time erases everything. and it tears these women away from us. We turn away and move on. These women were murdered because they were women. Would they be any safer today? These speeches that we make over and over, do they do anything to prevent this from happening again? Or do they just set our consciences at rest? Is that all they do? What are we doing as elected officials to make sure that the Polytechnique massacre will never happen again? After all, the firearms registry was thrown out at the very first opportunity. A mandatory firearms buyback program that has been put off until 2025, and which, in many cases, may be left up to the Conservatives to implement. And we know very well what they'll do with that program. Madam Speaker, we can make all sorts of flowery speeches, but it is our actions that count. It's all very well to try to commemorate the Polytechnique massacre. It's all very well to remember these women who were mown down so cruelly on December 6, 1989. But what are we really doing? What am I really doing to honor their memory? Have we appropriately and adequately used the tools of democracy to better protect women? I am not at all sure that that is the case.
Feminicides are increasing rapidly in 2022. We saw a 20% increase year on year. One woman was being killed every 2 days. 184 feminicides for the year. And this has not slowed down at all. The Polytechnique tragedy continues to happen day after day after day. Victims aren't grouped together, yes, but they are isolated. Again and again. What is being done to put an end to the cycle of violence? Is enough being done to stop a woman from being killed simply for being a woman? Madam Speaker, the assault rifle buyback isn't a panacea, and this Parliament can't do everything. We must count on everyone. We must count on the federal government. We should be able to count on the federal government, provincial governments, the Quebec government, municipalities, community organizations, police bodies, education within our families. We should be able to count on women as well, and men as well. We must act where we can act, and we need to see a will to act, the courage to act. Today we are the 6th of December 2023. 34 years ago, a man entered a school, into a classroom, lined up women against a wall and executed them point blank because they were women. Women with ambitions, women with dreams, women with talent, women with lives. Everything was ripped away from them. They were ripped away from us. We remember. We quote their names so that we can remember them for longer. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan,
Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Aviernik, Barbara Kulisnik-Vidajevic, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte.
We should never see this as routine. We have to refuse routine, deny routine. Women do not deserve to die, and these women do not deserve to die a second time. Let us keep their memory in our hearts, and let us keep the fires of their memory alive, so that their lives and deaths are a catalyst for us to act and to do more against violence against women. And if we succeed to take a step forward against violence, if misogyny weakens, if feminicides go down, we will owe this to them as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to rise today and honour the memory of the 14 women who were murdered 34 years ago at École Polytechnique in Montreal. These women studying to become engineers were trailblazers in a male-dominated field. They were going to change the world. They were going to build and create and inspire other women to follow in their footsteps. But they didn't have the chance because their lives were cut short by an act of unspeakable misogynistic violence. And I too want to say their names as my colleagues have here today because that provides that memory with power in this place. So today we remember Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Degnon, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Haverneck, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michelle Richard, Annie Senano, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Kruszczyk-Wiedewicz. We will remember them. These women were killed because they were women. They were killed by a man who was consumed by hate. A man who shouted, "You're all a bunch of feminists, and I hate feminists." And then he opened fire in a classroom. It's just as true now as it was then. Hate kills. And gendered violence is still a clear and present danger to the safety of women, girls, and gender-diverse people. And that violence is rising. In the last year alone, 3 women in my city of London, Ontario, have been killed by the men in their lives. We lost Carolyn Carter, Caitlin Jennings, and Tiffany Gates to femicide. And across Ontario, 62 women and gender-diverse individuals were killed by a man in their life. ANOVA's emergency shelter for abused women in London and children have helped 342 women in our city this year. But over 2,400 times, they were forced to turn people away because of a lack of beds. 2,400 times. And the experience is the same for so many organizations fighting on the front lines against gender-based violence. The support and services provided by London Abused Women's Centre, Carrefour des Femmes, Adlosa, My Sister's Place, are all seeing a rise in demand for their services. And the people who work in these organizations are incredible. They're doing everything they can to save people's lives. And that rise in demand isn't just, of course, happening in London, Ontario, but across Canada, more than 4 in 10 women have experienced intimate partner violence, and a woman or girl is killed every 48 hours. Yesterday, we received new numbers from StatsCan that more women have faced sexual violence and gender-based violence in the military. And years of repeated promises for systemic change and an overhaul of the toxic culture, after so many false starts from senior leadership towards making those reforms, that sexual misconduct crisis is only growing. And in this country, there is a hard truth that if I went missing, it would mean something different than if an Indigenous woman or girl went missing. In Canada, Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than any other woman in Canada. It is important that we take today to remember the victims of violence against women. But that is not enough. Year after year, government after government have kept women waiting on action for systemic injustices. There are real, tangible solutions that we can make in this chamber to support women. And today is a day for us to all find the political courage to act now. My colleague spoke about that action that we need to see. And it's possible we hold that position here today. We have bills from my NDP colleagues, my NDP colleague from Victoria, her bill C-332 to criminalize coercive and controlling behavior. Over 95% of victims of intimate partner violence report coercive behavior and control as a precursor to physical violence. We can take a meaningful step towards ending femicide with this bill by allowing women to speak out early. Other important changes, I have two bills, Bill C-362 and 362 and 363, that give women in the military access to justice. Since Justice Arbour's recommendations came forward, we have heard from every party in this chamber that we want to end the rampant abuse and cover-ups that protect perpetrators and hurt survivors of military sexual trauma. We can come together and pass all these bills. Finally, in the spring, we unanimously passed my colleague from Winnipeg Centre's motion to create a red dress alert system to find and protect Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. We can act and create that system. On this National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, I hope we all reflect on the actions we can take and the responsibility we have as parliamentarians. We must renew our efforts to end gender-based violence with the urgency it requires and demands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I ask for consent of the House to reply.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Yes. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all colleagues. It's an honour to join in rising to commemorate the 14 victims of this horrific act of femicide at École Polytechnique 34 years ago. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Dagnon, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Avernick, Barbara Klusnik-Vidavic, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Serternon, et Annie Turcotte. I was 5 years old when these women were murdered simply for being women. Coming from a suburb of Montreal, I grew up in the shadow of this hate. 34 years later, let us not forget the women killed, nor the fact that femicide not only continues to this day, but has worsened. In Canada today, a woman or girl is killed by violence every 2 days, every 48 hours, and that number is rising. Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than any other woman in Canada. Let us also, though, recognize that the perpetrators of gender-based violence are, more often than not, men. And so, as the Minister for Women, Gender Equality and Youth rightfully pointed out earlier, this is not a women's issue. As men, we have a critical role to play in ending gender-based violence. If we're going to root out misogyny and patriarchy, we must stand up, call it out, and lift up the voices of women, girls, and non-binary folks like my incredible colleagues this afternoon, including the Minister, la députée de Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, la députée de Shefford, and the member for London Fanshawe. I'm proud to represent a community that has at least acknowledged and declared that intimate partner violence is an epidemic. But as other colleagues have called out, we need far more action. And this includes providing more sustainable funding for organizations like those in my community who are working every day on the ground to end gender-based violence. Violence which we know not only leads to physical and emotional harm to women and their kids, but increased risks to their mental health, social isolation, housing, and financial strains. This action also must include following all 231 calls to justice from the final report into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and as the Member for Winnipeg Centre has championed in this place, the National Red Dress Alert System to immediately raise alarms for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit who are missing. Because to commemorate the lives of the 14 women who never had the opportunity to live out their days means committing to work together to ensure this never happens again. Thank you.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 29 minutes. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre, and I just want to remind members they need to have their headsets on if they wish to speak. And I just want to remind members as well to be sure that they're ready for it to be recognized in order to ensure that we don't take time away from the House. The Honourable for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of tabling to this House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian delegation to the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly, with regards to its participation to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly 30th Annual Session in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, from the 30th of June to the 4th of July 2023.
Madam Chair, Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Canada Pension Plan.
Thank you. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'ai l'honneur de
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 53rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, pursuant to Standing Order 9112.
Private members' business met to consider the item added to the order of precedence on Thursday, November 9, 2023, and recommended that the item listed herein, which has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91-2, the report is deemed carried.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable for Halifax West.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the 17th report.
Report is in relation to Bill C-321, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assaults against healthcare professionals and first responders. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And secondly, its 18th report is about a motion adopted by the committee on Tuesday, December 5, 2023, regarding measures to protect Canadians. Merci.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motion.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first one has to do with the environment, and this is, I believe, the 17th or 18th petition to this effect that I've been asked to present on behalf of Canadians. It calls to the attention to the government, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's most recent report that has warned about the next 2 decades and the widespread devastation and extreme weather that will occur as a result of global warming. They are calling on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. The second petition that I'm presenting today, Madam Speaker, comes from the Lord Strathcona Public School community in my riding of Kingston and the Islands, and they are specifically calling upon the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to develop and prioritize funding for a national school food program through Budget 2024 for the implementation in schools by the fall of 2025. In the petition, Madam Speaker, they have drawn to the attention the fact that Statistics Canada data from 2022 indicates that 1 in 4 children in Canada lives in a food insecure household, that Canada is the only G7 country without a national school food program, and that school food programs are recognized around the world as essential to health, well-being, and education of students, with over 388 million children in at least 161 countries receiving free or subsidized school meals at their school. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable for Sonia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here presenting a petition from the residents of Canada who are concerned about sexually explicit material and young people being exposed to it and the harms associated with that. They also recognize that online age verification technology is increasingly sophisticated and can now effectively ascertain the age of users without breaching their privacy rights. And so, knowing that that was one of the primary recommendations made by stakeholders during a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health, the petitioners are calling upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill S-210, protecting young persons from exposure to the Pornography Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition that recognizes that 22% of Canadians have a disability and that housing policy discriminates against people with disabilities. Specifically, they cite the No Building Code in Canada mandates that housing be accessible. They note that this leads to thousands being forced out of their dwellings at the most vulnerable times in their lives, millions of healthcare dollars that could be saved by enabling people to remain in their own accessible homes. They go on to call for this House of Commons to, first of all, amend the National Building Code to make universal design mandatory in all new multi-unit housing developments under the jurisdiction of the Government of Canada, consistent with current legislation and conventions, and to ensure the Canadian Table for Harmonized Construction Codes policy, Canadian Board for Harmonized Construction Codes, and the CMHC collaborate on defining and illustrating in the National Building Code what is visitable, adaptable, accessible, barrier-free, and universal design. And finally, to require public funds or concessions for housing conferred on municipalities, developers, or other organizations to be exclusively used for universally designed housing. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple of petitions that have been shared to me by constituents within the riding of Waterloo and surrounding areas. They are calling on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to demand an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Palestine conflict. They are asking to lift the blockade of the Gaza Strip and to authorize the creation of a humanitarian corridor as well as emergency humanitarian intervention. They are asking that all parties involved meet their commitments under the Geneva Convention and international humanitarian law. They're asking that the international commitment to promote and defend human rights be upheld,
and these citizens and residents of Canada are calling upon the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to take any other measure necessary to protect civilians, both Israeli and Palestinian, and help foster a climate conducive to building a lasting peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a petition from the membership of the Fleetwood Christian Reformed Church asking for expedition of private sponsorship of Afghani refugees to Canada. The Fleetwood Christian Reformed Church has been active in sponsoring refugees for 40 years, and right now they are looking to, or seeking to bring 16 Afghani refugees to Canada. Their concern is that the processing time is lengthy. They would like it reduced to a maximum of 1 year, and I'm pleased to present this petition on their behalf.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present a petition today on behalf of over 550 members of my community in Etobicoke Centre and communities across Canada. They petition about the fact that from 1869 to 1948, over 100,000 British children were sent to Canada from Great Britain. They often found themselves in indentured servitude on farms or as domestic labourers, and many home children faced cruel abuse. And today it is thought that more than 10% of Canada's population, or about 4 million Canadians, are descendants of the British home children. The petitioners call on the Prime Minister to apologize to home children, child migrants, who suffered in shame and isolation, to those who died while being ashamed of their history and deprived of their family, to elderly survivors burdened by their past, and to descendants grappling with the intergenerational impacts of a system that mistreated and separated their families. Thank you, Madam.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with pleasure that I present the following questions that will be answered today. Question 1849, 1850, 1854, 1855, 1858, and question 1860. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to question 1848, questions 1851 to 1853, question 1856, question 1857, and 1859 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Should the above mentioned questions should the documents be tabled immediately?
Agreed and so ordered. And one moment, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Finally, Madam Speaker, just ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells got up and spoke just a moment ago, and I just wanted to bring to your attention an inappropriate tweet that he...
There seems to be a phone going off here, so I just want to make sure... Okay, we're going to start over. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. I just wanted to stand on a point of order because the member from Fleetwood Port Kells just got up and spoke in this House a moment ago. There's a tweet that he just put out into the public realm with regards to the Leader of the Official Opposition. It insinuates that the Leader of the Official Opposition should commit suicide. And so I would like him to give him the opportunity to apologize for that statement and to retract it.
So unfortunately, this is social media information, and so I'm just going to have to review the issue that the Honourable Member is bringing before the House and come back to the House if need be. The Honourable Member, so we are now on to a point of order, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
If you are going to be coming back to the House with something on that, I'd like to contribute. Did I hear that correctly, that you plan to come back?
So again, the fact that I just want to clarify, and I had mentioned this at the beginning, is that because this is a tweet and not something that has happened in the House, it's not, I've just clarified that it's not the responsibility of the House to look at social medias to decide whether or not something has been done. I will not be, after all, reviewing a social media post. I can only review the Hansards and what has been said in the House. Therefore, the honourable member. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notice of motions for the production of papers also be tabled at this time, please, or allowed.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Privilege. Resuming consideration on the privilege motion standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
La Chambre reprend.
The House will now resume debate on the main motion as amended. Debate.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge. Madam Speaker, we're continuing on the debate. We've just had a vote in this place where we've amended the motion, and I am a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, for whom this will ultimately, if this motion is passed, will be dealing with the question at hand, and the amendment that my colleagues have just made to the motion would see that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee deal with this within the first 24 hours of the passage of the motion that I'm currently rising to debate upon, and report back to this House by the 14th, which would be next week before this House adjourns and rises for the Christmas break. And I frankly can't believe. I frankly can't believe that I am witnessing what I'm witnessing as a member of this chamber for. It'll be 18 years in January, Madam Speaker. It is a rare thing indeed to have a member of Parliament get elected Speaker and then have to resign in the middle of a parliamentary term. Normally, the member of Parliament that's elected to be Speaker, we jokingly resist, or the person that's elected jokingly resists that they're going to be cast into the chair of Speaker because supposedly nobody actually wants this job, but it is actually an important job, and it's an important role to serve as the independent arbiter of all of the rules by which we conduct the debates on the business of the nation. But to see a Speaker resign, I haven't seen it in the 18 years. As a matter of fact, we'd have to go back a long time in our history to recall a previous Speaker resigning due to issues in this place. And now, just 2 months after we've replaced one Speaker in an unprecedented situation, this House is now seized with a privileged question about whether or not the replacement of a resigned Speaker, a new Speaker, ought to himself resign. Now, I'm a Conservative member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, and my party has been very clear about whether or not we think that the appropriateness of what the Speaker has done should constitute the individual resigning. We're not the only political party. Our Bloc Québécois colleagues in this place have also indicated that they have lost confidence in the current Speaker. And I guess we'll wait and see if this motion passes this chamber, which, given the fact that it was unanimous to amend the motion, all MPs in this place just moments ago voted in favor of an amendment. It was a unanimous thing. So one can only presume, Madam Speaker, that the question will be referred to committee and will be probably dealt with within 24 hours after the vote, which, Madam Speaker, will likely, if it doesn't happen today, will happen tomorrow, which means at the very latest, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will be seized with this matter as early as tomorrow and at the latest Friday of this week, and reported back to this place next Thursday at the latest. And Procedure and House Affairs Committee, Madam Speaker, is seized with a number of issues. We're dealing with a question of privilege regarding our colleague, Mr. Chong, in relation to foreign interference in his duties as a member of Parliament. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee is still seized with the general question of foreign interference in our elections. And the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has yet to begin its study on the matter of the previous Speaker's issue of inviting a former Nazi into this place during the visit of Ukrainian President Zelensky, and now the very busy Procedure and House Affairs Committee, it seems, is now going to have to study this question at hand as a matter of precedence should this motion continue to get support and pass either today or tomorrow, Madam Speaker. And here's why the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is seized with all of these issues, because trust has been broken. At the end of the day, this is all about trust. It's about trusting that the government has the best intention and ability to not only manage the institutions of government, but also the institution of Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, I would submit to you and to my colleagues here in this place that we need to get to the bottom of this in a timely fashion, because it is again another, what I would call a stain, perhaps might be too strong a word, but a stain on the reputation and credibility of this place. And I should note, Madam Speaker, that if you were to count the numbers of members of Parliament in this place that serve in the Bloc Québécois caucus and in the Conservative caucus, that constitutes almost half of the MPs in this place. And now we might not have, and I don't know how everybody voted in this place, we may or may not have voted. Sometimes the person that is Speaker is somebody that I voted for, and sometimes the person who is Speaker isn't somebody that I voted for. And that's okay, because up until now, I've been able to get by in this place knowing with somewhat confidence and a semblance of trust that the referee that was elected, whether I voted for that referee or not, has actually been able to carry out the duties of Speaker in a way that it at least appeared nonpartisan. But here we are. The Speaker has used the privileges of his office, put on his robes, recorded a video acknowledging that he is the Speaker of the House of Commons for an address to an Ontario Liberal Party partisan event. And that is beyond inappropriate. Anybody who has just undertaken the responsibility of Speaker would have been given, I would assume, been given briefings, ought to have known what the actual role and responsibility of being the Speaker is before he or she would have even put up their hand, or in this case, not removed their name from the list and allowed their name to stand for Speaker. And it is this overt partisanship after being elected Speaker which has put us in this scenario today. And it is one of trust, because if I as a member, if my privileges or any other member of this House's privileges are in some way impacted, we would expect that the Speaker would be able to carry out a nonpartisan view of the rules and protect the integrity of not only this institution, but the integrity and the rights and privileges of every member of Parliament. And this is fundamental. This is fundamental for our democracy and our democratic chamber to proceed with confidence, and not only the confidence of this House, but with the confidence of all Canadians. And I'll just remind my colleagues in this place that this is not the first time that the individual that's currently the Speaker has got himself in trouble for being partisan. I remember quite clearly that this member has written letters in his capacity as parliamentary secretary that breached some of the ethical provisions that we have in this place. I remember the individual vehemently defending the Prime Minister when it came to the Elbowgate matter with former MP Ruth Ellen Brousseau, and then actually called into question the integrity of Madame Brousseau, because I think, if I remember correctly, he actually said that the incident was being exaggerated by Ms. Brousseau. So one can only draw some conclusions, Madam Speaker, that the individual has shown his true colors and cannot help but be partisan in a role that is specifically designed to be nonpartisan. Madam Speaker, that's why I would implore my colleagues in this place to vote for this motion, refer this to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee so that we can deal with the matter forthwith. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member has already made up his mind. He sits on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee like I do. I'm going to vote in favor of this motion to send it to committee for committee to do the work. But if he's already made up his mind, what's the point in even supporting this motion? He already knows what his outcome is going to be at that committee. He's not going into it from an objective point of view of trying to listen to all the information and make a decision. I mean, he's effectively a judge in this case, and as a judge, he's coming before the defendant and saying, all right, listen, I already know you're guilty, but tell me what you think so I can make a decision. It's absolutely ludicrous. Why even bother voting for this motion if you already know the outcome that you plan to execute when you're on the committee?
Darn good question. Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So far be it from me to know the inner workings of the mind of the member for Kingston and the Islands, even though he purports to know what's in the hearts and minds of everybody else in this chamber. Of course, I will listen objectively to all of the witnesses who are going to come to the committee. But, Madam Speaker, I've been here longer than the member of Kingston and the Islands and everybody that seems to be supporting him. I have seen this show before, and I will say to any colleague who is willing to listen to what I have to say, that I am looking forward to hearing not only from, and I would hope that the Speaker will come to Procedure and House Affairs Committee, but also to all of the other witnesses who would know what the conduct ought to be when it comes to the role of Speaker, and make a determination at that particular point in time. I alone am not judge and jury on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I'm just one member, and I'll have my questions, and I expect that I'll get fulsome answers from all of the witnesses who come, including the Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I have a question on the party's position, on his party's position. Their first position wasn't as clear as the one we had today. They hadn't asked for the Speaker to resign, then they did ask for the Speaker to resign, and then now they're asking for it to go to committee. So I'd like my colleague to quickly sum up what the Conservative Party's position really is.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for the question. I mean, the procedure in dealing with this is the procedure. So when there is a question and there's a prima facie case, as we awaited to see what the ruling was, we brought the issue up. In the chamber, the Speaker had to make a ruling. We waited for that ruling. The Speaker found a prima facie case, which then invokes the moving of a motion. My party, my House Leader moved that motion. The motion is the one that we're debating right now. I'm not sure what she doesn't understand about the process here. We're following the process as it's laid out, and we'll see what happens should this motion get passed at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. But I would like to thank at least her party, which has been, I think, clear in what it stands for. We here in the Conservative Party want a fair and objective Speaker. We believe in this country, we believe in this institution, and we believe that the person that's sitting in the Speaker's...
In the interest of giving the same time to questions as to answers, I have to give someone else a question. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am encouraged to hear the point of view of the member for Red Deer Lacombe with respect to this going to PROC. My question for him is to understand better his perspective as someone who's been here longer than I have. My aspiration would be that process could be less partisan and more focused on what the best interests of Parliament is separate from any political party. And I wondered if he could comment whether he shares that aspiration, and if he does, any advice on how the members of PROC could proceed in a way to follow that approach.
Redier Lacombe.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. The members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, in the limited time that I've been on there, robustly debate the issues. We all have our own thoughts and ideas, and we generally do get good work done. So I am confident that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will work constructively towards a resolution on the matter at hand, should it get referred.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I usually take great pleasure in speaking in this place, this hallowed chamber where Canadians send people that they elect to speak and vote on matters of national policy. But this debate certainly gives me no pleasure at all. It's a very unfortunate situation that brings us to this point. We're in the midst of the second crisis of confidence in the Speaker in this fall session alone. It's been less than 2 months, or less than 3 months since we had the resignation of a Speaker, something that nobody in this place had seen in their time, over the incident that we all know of, wherein the Speaker recognized a person in the gallery who was later revealed to be a Nazi member of the Waffen SS, and in the presence of Ukrainian President Zelensky. And that former Speaker was let down by the Prime Minister's office, who had failed in its basic responsibility to ensure Canada's reputational integrity. But the point is that the Speaker then understood that the debacle that unfolded was serious enough to render his position untenable, and as a consequence, he did the right thing and the only thing under the circumstances, and he resigned. So now here we are. It's only a little over two months later that we have another crisis of confidence in a Speaker, and the facts are fairly well known. The Speaker chose to use his position as the Speaker of the House of Commons to participate in a political event. He appeared in his Speaker's robes and in his Speaker's office in a video that was calculated to lend prestige to a sitting elected provincial legislator at a political convention, a Liberal political convention. And the Speaker, in his acceptance speech when he was elected Speaker, he said in his remarks, he told the House that symbols matter. And indeed they do. When the Speaker appears in his robes from his public office on a televised political convention, there is important symbolism at play. The symbols of his office are designed to convey absolute political neutrality. Absolute. And it is impossible to do that when you're with the symbols of that office, to appear at a partisan event, a Liberal convention, and lending that prestige to a member who is an elected member, an elected office holder. That is an error of judgment that completely challenges the appearance of neutrality. So there just can't be any hint of political partisanship in the conduct of the Speaker, in order for the Speaker to maintain the confidence of members of this House. So the Speaker's decision to appear at a political convention through this video demonstrates it telegraphs political affiliation, which is anathema to the office that he was elected by members of this place. So we know that every member of this current Parliament was affiliated with a political party at the time that they were elected. A few of them now sit as independents, but every member of this chamber, political affiliation played a role in their pathway to this place, including the current Speaker. But political affiliation has to be abandoned once the member becomes Speaker. And given this crisis of confidence over the fact that the speaker had appeared at this political convention by video, it's worth remarking the speaker had been an exceptionally partisan member of parliament. And that's fine. We have many exceptionally partisan members of parliament. I'm a partisan member of parliament. I sit in a political caucus. I pursue an agenda that I was elected upon, and so did he. But once you take the speaker's chair, that has to be set aside entirely. And so at the time of the speaker election, it was remarked by some that this member had an extraordinarily partisan history, and that he had been a president of the Liberal Party, I understand, and or a director of the party, and I spent time on committee with him, and certainly he had an agenda. He was a spokesperson for the government. He was parliamentary secretary for a variety of different ministers. I appeared on panels with him, Madam Speaker, where he would, in an extraordinarily partisan role, deliver a message for the government. So that had to be set aside in order for the member to maintain the confidence of this place. And now, with the event of this past weekend, that is being called into question, which is why this motion is before us. And I understand that he has apologized, and the apology is fine, but it doesn't resolve the question of judgment and a lack of judgment. And Madam Speaker, in the midst of this crisis, the member had actually left Ottawa to attend meetings in Washington, I understand. So, Madam Speaker, what could be more important to the Speaker of the House, or what priority could be greater than to preside over debates in this House? The trip is a part of the lack of judgment. There are members, I had a conversation with a veteran member who could not recall any time where a speaker, other than for physical illness, would choose to be away from the House of Commons on a Tuesday, Wednesday of a sitting week. There are able deputies, an able deputy speaker and two able assistant deputy speakers. We have one in the chair tonight, Madam Speaker. Yes, you are an able deputy, but the point is, the Speaker's priority is the business of the House of Commons. It is not traveling to socialize or have appearances with other politicians in other countries or former politicians in other countries. The business of the House is the priority. And the judgment of the Speaker to make priorities like appearing in Speaker's robes to pay tribute to a partisan elected official at a convention, and then to leave town while the House is sitting to attend a conference in Washington is a very troubling example of poor judgment. The role of the Speaker is to protect the privileges of members of Parliament, period. To ensure that the rules of Parliament are enforced, and to that is what the role of, and you do that by presiding over the debate, not by leaving. So I'm very concerned about that. It's not the role of the Speaker to have an opinion on, to worry about what the press are saying, or what people in the gallery might think, or how our debates look on TV. The Speaker's role is to simply enforce the rules of this House to ensure that all members' privileges are upheld. And that can't be done by being absent, and it can't be done by telegraphing political affiliation. And so this is the place we are in now. This motion I hope will be supported by the House so that it can have a fulsome airing at committee, and also so that, and I'm pleased that the House adopted the amendment, which wisely ensured that this is dealt with quickly, because we're in crisis. We're in crisis of confidence of the Speaker, and it has to be resolved one way or another. And so I urge members to support this motion, and let's get this into proc and deal with this crisis and get this place back running properly, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I want people to reflect on the issue of hypocrisy. Here's the essence of the motion: that the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy. The Conservative Party moved this motion. They're saying that they want proc to come up with the remedy.
That's right.
Conservative after Conservative has already passed judgment. They're already calling for the Speaker to resign. One member said in the hallway, it's a farce. The Speaker has to resign. Madam Speaker, is there any credibility at all within the Conservative Party in believing that they can be objective when this matter goes before proc? I suspect not. Does the member believe there's a credible Conservative on the other side that can sit in the proc committee and be impartial?
For Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Of course I do. And furthermore, I will. The member is. The member may heckle me if he wishes, but perhaps he could have listened more carefully to my speech, wherein I addressed the motion and the desirability of sending it to proc where the process can unfold. If he listened carefully to my speech, he would have heard I made no reference to remedy. We are debating the motion right now, but indeed, calls for the Speaker's resignation have been made by the Conservative House Leader and by the Bloc's House Leader. This motion didn't come out of the sky. This motion is the result of conduct. And we have to understand there is a reason why we are even having this debate, and there is a crisis of confidence, and it must be addressed through the proper remedies, including the referral to proc, which I hope the member will vote for.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, for my part, don't see anything contradictory about a party having an opinion on this matter, but following due process. It's not egregious to me, that's for sure. I look forward to proc doing its work. One of the things that I have been concerned about in the course of this debate, when we talk about the dignity of the office of Speaker, has been the fact that the member for Regina Capel has been the point person for the Conservatives on this. Now, until the member for Regina Capel left the office of Speaker, we used to have a tradition in Canada that the Speaker not go on to be partisan, never mind lead a political party or be the House Leader for a political party in the House. So I wonder if the honourable member would agree with me that, Conservatives have a fair case to make, that's fine, but that the member for Regina Capel is not the appropriate person to make the case, and the Conservatives should not be mobilizing his experience in the Speaker's chair to give credibility to their arguments. That, too, is a form of partisanship about the office of Speaker that I think is not appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, that was a bit of an unusual twist that this member has brought, but I don't see any problem with the way the opposition House Leader has conducted himself in this matter. He was the Speaker. It was before my time. I understand he did an admirable job, and he certainly didn't appear in Speaker's robes at conventions or any of the other conduct that has triggered this current crisis. And I think that he has been a valuable resource to the debate in this, and he has certainly valuable experience from having been a chair occupant.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Figuring out if this is a good situation for the Speaker, well, of course, it's a question. I perhaps have two values that may feed into this discussion. Speakers should be, for example, impartial for one, and should have good judgment. That's the second element to feed into our discussion. The Speaker should see both. In this case, my question is as follows. The Speaker's participation this last weekend, does that respect the two principles I raised about impartiality and good judgment? Just to make sure that we do not refer to this chair as a throne. It's a chair. It's not a throne.
Rocky Ridge.
Conduct had neither the appearance of impartiality nor good judgment.
We are done, I'm sorry. The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I rise today to speak to this amended motion, a motion that I voted in favor of earlier today to amend the motion, or the amendment I voted in favor of. And now we're speaking to the main motion, which I also plan to vote in favor of. Full disclosure, Madam Speaker, I'm also a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I spoke to this yesterday. And I discussed during my time speaking yesterday, Madam Speaker, how I do feel that there is a particular need for the committee to undertake this work. So therefore, I'm supportive of this. I was very careful in my words yesterday, Madam Speaker, as I will be today, to cast judgment on the issue. I think it would be extremely, it would be almost a conflict of interest for me to try to pass some form of judgment on this matter and then go before committee and sit there and try to pretend as though I'm being completely objective to what's going on. And I guess, that's where I see problems arising from the other side of the House and comments that we're hearing from the other side of the House. The member from Calgary Rocky Ridge, although he may have not specifically said that he thinks that the Speaker should resign, and although he might not be specifically calling out what he sees the justified action, I give him credit for that in the sense that perhaps he is trying to be more objective in terms of assessing the matter and letting the committee do their work. But then he should take great offense, Madam Speaker, to the fact that the member from Red Deer Lacombe, who is a sitting member of that committee, stood in this House and went on for 10 minutes about how he's already come to a conclusion in terms of what the result to all this should be. So we have the member from Red Deer Lacombe who full on is already said the Speaker is guilty, the Speaker should resign, this is my position, but hey, yeah, let's bring it to committee. I'll be as objective as I possibly can, and I'll sit down, I'll listen to all the evidence, and I'll try to be persuaded one way or the other. The gentleman has already made up his mind, Madam Speaker, and I heard my colleague from the NDP from moments ago saying he didn't see a problem with the party taking a position.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that the rules of this place is that the members should not impugn anything upon another member in their thoughts. He's welcome to have his own opinions, I believe, on the matters at hand, but when he is actually characterizing other members and impugning what their thoughts and what their ideas and what their reputations are,
I think he is referring to the Honourable Member's previous speech, but I will try to be more attentive to potential inferences. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
They're very sensitive, and it's becoming a common theme, Madam Speaker. Every time I get up to speak, different Conservative members come out here, most likely on the direction of somebody sitting behind a desk in the lobby over there, and telling them to come out here and to raise these pointless and ridiculous points of order. But I will let the member know that I actually take great pride in knowing that what I say obviously impacts him enough to have to run back in to the room to call points of order on what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is true, Madam Speaker. That member, the member from Red Deer Lacombe, stood in this House for 10 minutes and went on about how he supports this motion and he needs to see the work happen at Proc, even though he already knows what the outcome is. And what I was saying a few moments ago is that my NDP colleague said, well, he doesn't see the problem with somebody having a position on something and then still undertaking the work. But the difference here is, Madam Speaker, is that it was the member from Regina Capel, a Conservative member, who put forward this motion. This is what happens so that Canadians really fully understand what's going on here, because this shows you a bit of the partisanship in the game playing. Member from Regina Capel came in a couple days ago, stood in front of this House, put out a lengthy point of order on the issue. And I think it was a valid point of order. I perhaps don't agree with every detail of what he said, but I think he brought forward a valid point of order that the House needed to reflect on. He left, the point of order was over, but then the Bloc Québécois stood up and called on the Speaker to resign. And then, as if he just couldn't possibly be outdone by the Bloc Québécois, the leader for the Conservatives, the member for Regina Capel, runs back in here on another point of order and says, a point of order, I think he should resign too. You know, that's what's going on here, okay? So this is an issue of one opposition party not wanting to be outdone by the other opposition party. And so here we have this motion that has been put in front of us by the member from Regina Capel in his initial intervention. Okay, or sorry, it was after the Speaker had ruled on it. He put forward this motion, but the motion by this point is pointless from his perspective because he already knows the outcome of what he wants from this. He's already predetermined what he believes the outcome should be, and that's that the Speaker should resign. And so, for me, I just have problems being a member of the committee with being able to walk into that room, sit at the table with my colleagues like the member from Red Deer Lacombe, genuinely talk about who the witnesses will be. You know, perhaps Peter Milliken's great former Speaker of this House, longest serving Speaker of this House, I should add, Madam Speaker. Perhaps he will be. He's from Kingston and the Islands, if you didn't know that, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Can I remind the honourable members, this is not a conversation, and the honourable member has the floor and is making a speech, but this is not a conversation.
My colleague from north of the 401 has properly pointed out that Mr. Milliken no longer resides in Kingston Islands, now resides in Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. But Mr. Milliken was one of the people that felt so underrepresented by their MP that they demanded that after, with the new redistribution, they put that he is once again included in Kingston and the Islands, of which we are very excited to see that the Commission had made that recommendation. But my point is, Madam Speaker, is that how am I supposed to go into this room with the member from Red Deer Lacombe and other Conservative members who have stated in here that they'll be objective, they're going to look at all the evidence, we'll work on getting witnesses together, we'll bring people we'll listen to the evidence, and then we'll make forward a recommendation, when they've already stood in this House and said that they don't think that the only outcome is for the Speaker to resign. It's absolute hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. Yep. It is just like a defendant going before a judge, and a judge says, "Okay, listen, I know you're guilty, okay, but listen, I want to hear from the prosecution and the defense. Put your case forward so I can make a judgment." You know, that's basically what Conservatives are doing. Yep. So if they wanted to at least have the appearance of being objective, they should have just said, yeah, we support this, it's the right motion to do, we should do this. Then they could have let it go to committee and then started putting their hyper-partisanship into it. But they couldn't even resist for just a few moments to just allow a little bit of self-reflection to be able to say, maybe it's not a good idea to be so partisan right now. Maybe we should at least wait until the committee at least hears something to suggest, and then we can pick a piece of evidence that'll support our predetermined notion. But no, member from Red Deer Lacombe couldn't even do that. He had to get up right away and say, I know the outcome of this. The man has to resign. End of story. Right. So I will go to the committee, Madam Speaker. I will support this. I will vote in favor of this. I will go to the committee. I will listen to the evidence. I will contribute in any way that I can. And then with the committee's work, I look forward to producing recommendations that we can deliver back to this House for the House to act on. I believe that that's why committees are formed. I believe that that's what our role is. And I look forward to my participation in being able to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac of Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would never, of course, suggest that my honourable colleague was deliberately misleading the House. I'm sure that was an unintentional error with regard to the riding in which our esteemed former Speaker, Peter Milliken, resides. I'll just make this observation, Madam Speaker, about having views on a subject and then sending them off to a committee like Procedure and House Affairs to have them studied. Of course we all come here with views. It would be very strange if we did not have some kind of tentative view formed. But some people it's more than tentative, others it might be only tentative. But the point is this: if we are serious that we're members of Parliament with open minds, we must be serious with the idea that in sending it to a place like Procedure and House Affairs, our minds might be changed. And the member knows full well that there was a previous matter that went before Procedure and House Affairs relating to an Ethics Commissioner's report on which everybody voted on partisan lines and I did not, based upon a PROC proposal. So you can break party lines. You can work against simply following party lines on a matter that is of importance to the whole House. I've done it myself. He knows that. And I think that the possibility exists. That is a really good reason for sending this to Procedure and House Affairs. Does he not agree? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I actually don't disagree with a lot of what the member said, in particular when he talked about the fact that people can have opinions and then can still go and be influenced. That's absolutely correct. The error here was in the member from Red Deer Lacombe stating that publicly. The perception now is that the member cannot be objective. Whether or not he has an ability to do that, he has made it very clear what he thinks the outcome should be. It would have been in his best interest and in the best interest of all Conservative members, especially those that sit on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, to have restrained themselves from putting forward what they believe the outcome to be. So do I agree with him that it's possible for people to be influenced? Of course I do. No, everybody is human. In my case with a judge is human, and a judge might have a thought in their mind about what they think about a case when walking into it. But the offensive part is when the judge would sit there and say, well, I already know you're guilty. Let me hear the facts so I can make a decision. It doesn't show any resemblance of trying to be impartial, and that's what you have to at least try to demonstrate that you're doing, which the member from Red Deer Lacombe failed miserably on.
Questions and commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Lac-Saint-Jean, that's me. Yes, I said Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is recognised in this House as someone who is not partisan. He is the antithesis of partisanship. During a debate, he is as far as partisan as possible. He bases himself on fact, and he doesn't want to score political points. That's a recognised fact in this House. So, under that premise, I have a question, because he bases himself on facts. If ever the situation had been inverse, if the Liberals were hypothetically in the opposition and it had been a Conservative Speaker in the same situation, in that case, the Conservative Speaker would have made a video for, let's say, a Conservative Congress at the provincial level. Now, I know that the Honourable Member is not partisan in any way, shape or form. I'd like to hear how he would have reacted to that hypothesis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree, Madam Speaker. I mean, I learned early in my political career never to try to answer hypothetical questions, but, you know, the member raises a good point. I don't have an issue. I actually don't have an issue with Conservatives who have already made up their mind. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with, Madam Speaker, is that Conservatives have already made up their mind, but simultaneously table a motion sending this to a committee for the committee to presumably do the work in an objective fashion. Why would they bother tabling this motion if they already know what they believe the outcome should be? That's what my point is. I don't disagree that there are people out there that might have their position on this already made up. Fair, and that's fine. What I have a problem with is members of the committee who stand here, say what their position is, and then they go to the committee room and try to be objective on the matter.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We don't have your mics on. The Honourable Member for Waterloo from the top.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to be here to represent the people of the riding of Waterloo. Some people may not know this, but the history of the Francophonie in our region is something that is very important for those of Waterloo's community.
That is why I'm also the chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I have a lot of regard and respect for this debate. I welcome the debate at PROC. I do not have any decisions because I do chair the committee. Members will determine the outcomes. But I do know that within the parameters of this motion is reporting back to the House of Commons by Thursday. What I, as the chair, am uncomfortable with is, do we have the resources to ensure that we are reporting back in both official languages, or because this motion and this issue is of utmost importance to all members in this House, I am really hoping that all parties will agree to find a way forward where we work as much as we can to ensure that not only can we respond as the committee, but to respond to this House in both official languages. And I'm not sure what other members think, but as the person who represents a community that often does not feel that they are represented for their two official languages, as someone who supports and will always fight for Canada's two official languages, I, as a member or the chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, just want to bring it to the attention that I know our interpreters are working around the clock and have members actually understood that reporting back to this House has to happen in both official languages, and are members willing to ensure that we do the work so that they have the time to do their work and that we actually regard the two official languages of our country. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Speaker. This is one of the things that I think that committees struggle with quite a bit, is having those resources. I recognize the fact that the amendment to this motion instructs the House to put all the resources necessary towards the committee. I hope that it's enough. It's a short timeline. The chair of the committee would know how difficult it is to sometimes get your witnesses to come when you give them a couple weeks' notice. Now we're going to be talking about a day or two in order to properly do all this. But I do have great faith in the people that work here, Madam Speaker. Our interpretive services, the people that translate documents for us. Often, a lot of these people who work behind the scenes that do this incredible work so that our country can continue to operate in two official languages as we're supposed to. And another thing I promise to the chair, Madam Speaker, I will not ask a witness to answer in any particular language. I will allow them to answer in the language that they choose.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think it is important that when we have this discussion for the next hour or so, Madam Speaker, that people that are following the debate have an appreciation in terms of what the motion is actually calling for. And I appreciate the fact that the member is pointing out what I have typically said is a bit of hypocrisy, where they're asking PROC to provide the remedy, yet on the other hand, the positioning of the Conservative Party, and if he could just provide his thoughts on that issue again.
Mr. Cooper is speaking. The Honourable Member in the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I mean, I think it's very important what Canadians know exactly what we're voting on. We're voting on a motion that is asking the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the committee that deals with issues that relate to the House, to members, to the working of our Parliament, for that matter, to look into this matter. And as part of that, we will listen to evidence, we will hear from experts, we will hopefully hear from some former speakers, as I suggested earlier, and then we will be able to find out not just how we can properly deal with this particular situation, which I will be the first to admit, when I heard about this, I was like, oh, that doesn't seem right. So let me get the context, let me understand how this actually came to be, and then most importantly, let's deal with what our recommendations are for this speaker, but then more importantly, let's try to set some parameters up and put some rules in place that dictate what the expectations are moving forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbaum.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. This is an extraordinary circumstance, certainly, where we find ourselves in a position where we all agree, at the very least, that this should go to the committee to which recommendations we put forward for the future for our Speaker. And I think part of that process, Madam Speaker, should also take into account what was mentioned earlier, which was the use of House resources in direct relation to what had taken place in the Speaker's office. It's no secret, Madam Speaker, that we commit ourselves as members of Parliament to ensure that when it comes to taxpayer money, that we respect that and we don't abuse that for partisan purpose. That's clear for all members of this House, and it's been so clear for us, for a matter of fact, for so long, that we don't engage in that kind of activity. But the fact that a Speaker of the House of Commons was able to use resources to which was then broadcast to the Ontario Liberal Convention is a real concern, Madam Speaker, and I just want to know how the member would advise those members at PROC to conduct themselves in relation to what I think is a pretty serious issue, and one that hopefully doesn't fall victim to partisanship.
For Kingston and the Islands in 30 seconds or less.
Well, my first question at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will be to understand the context in which the video was made. Did the Speaker know when he was making that video, sitting in that room that he did he know it was going to be broadcast to thousands of people on a big screen, or did he think it was going directly to the individual, the recipient? I don't know. Not that it particularly makes one situation better or worse, but certainly did he know it was going to be used in the context that it was? I actually really don't know the answer to that question, and I'd like to know the answer to that question. Second, I'd like to know what the rules are that we currently have in place exactly, but also how those have been followed in the past. So, for example, in the 4 years that the member from Regina Capel was the Speaker, were there instances where, like, we know that the Leader of the Opposition showed up to a Government of Canada event wearing a Conservative T-shirt or a Conservative jacket, and we know that that wasn't right. So, I mean, like, I think that it's important to understand this stuff, to understand the context, to get to the bottom of this, and then pass judgment.
We have to pass to another speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me no pleasure to rise this evening to speak to the motion in respect of the prima facie finding of a question of privilege in relation to the conduct of the Speaker of the House, and to refer the matter immediately to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The role of the Speaker is to be impartial and to demonstrate non-partisanship. And there are many reasons why a Speaker must be impartial and non-partisan. The Speaker carries enormous powers over this House and the members who serve in this House. It is the Speaker that has the authority to make rulings that directly impact the rights and privileges of the members of the House. It is the Speaker that has the sole power to make decisions as significant to honourable members as expelling a member from this House. It is the Speaker who is the chair of the Board of Internal Economy that oversees the very large budget of Parliament and decides how the resources of the House of Commons may be used by the members of this House. The Speaker is like a referee or a judge. He or she makes decisions, makes calls, and when the Speaker makes a ruling, there is no appeal. The ruling is final and must be respected by members. And I will be splitting my time with the member for Lanark, Frontenac, and Kingston. Madam Speaker, as the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition explains at page 323, quote, "In order to protect the impartiality of the office, the Speaker abstains from all partisan political activities," closed quote. The Speaker, unfortunately, failed to abide by that standard that is expected of him as Speaker. He did so last weekend when he was quoted in the Globe and Mail praising the outgoing leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, the sitting Liberal MPP for Ottawa South, in which he made such partisan comments as referring to the Liberal Party of Ontario as our party. I would submit that that demonstrated a lack of judgment on the part of the Speaker. But the real reason we are here on this prima facie finding of a question of privilege is what the Speaker did after that. A video message of the Speaker was played at the ultra-partisan venue, being the Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention, in which he paid tribute to Mr. Fraser. He said such partisan things as, quote, "We had a lot of fun together through the Ottawa South Liberal Association, through Liberal Party politics, by helping Dalton McGuinty get elected," closed quote. Even worse is that the Speaker's video message was introduced to party delegates as a message from the Speaker of the House of Commons, as if he was speaking for this House. He shot the video on the parliamentary precinct in the Speaker's office and wore the Speaker's robes. This is more than a lack of judgment on the part of the Speaker. It is a fundamental breach of trust to this House and to all honourable members in this House. The Speaker has said that this is an issue of perception. Well, Madam Speaker, I can't think of anything more important than perception on the part of the Speaker, who must not only be seen, not only be impartial, but must be seen to be impartial. And on that basis, the Speaker completely failed in his obligations to members of this House. Now, I have to say, this is the same Speaker who, when he was running for the office of Speaker only weeks ago, spoke at great length about decorum and respect, and that words matter. He even, in an unprecedented fashion, made a pronouncement before this House in an unprecedented fashion before a question period, for all intents and purposes, lecturing members about decorum and respect in this place. And only weeks later, we see that the Speaker has shown a lack of respect to the honourable members in this place, and a lack of respect to the high office in which he serves. Madam Speaker, the Speaker, in dismissing it as a matter of perception, has offered no meaningful apology. It doesn't even appear that he takes the matter seriously. One would think that he would demonstrate some level of being humble in the face of what is an unprecedented situation. Never before in the history of our Westminster parliamentary system has a Speaker conducted him or herself in quite this way. We really are in uncharted territory. But instead, the Speaker, at taxpayers' expense, went on a junket to Washington, D.C., hanging out with a whole lot of Washington, D.C. elites. He did so during a sitting week. So instead of attending to the responsibilities that he has to preside over this House, he decided to go on a junket. And not only that, Madam Speaker, he spoke at an event in which he recollected his days as president of the Young Liberals. Another partisan statement on the part of the Speaker, using, by the way, the Speaker's office budget, demonstrating once again a complete lack of judgment on the part of the Speaker and his failure to understand his responsibilities to not only be impartial, but to be seen as impartial. And so we now find ourselves in the untenable situation where the House leaders of His Majesty's loyal opposition and the third party have called on the Speaker to resign. Those House leaders represent 150 members, nearly half the members in this House. And so I say, in the face of that, and the need for the Speaker to retain the confidence and trust of the members of this House, all honorable members in all corners of this House, that he reflect very hard about whether he can continue in his role as Speaker of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think that there's a legitimate argument to be made when you have the official opposition on the one hand trying to give the impression of the importance of the institution and the Speaker's role here in Ottawa, and then say the remedy is to go to Proc and allow them to come up with a remedy to the situation. As if the Conservatives want to pretend that they're being apolitical, that they have confidence in the Proc Committee, yet their membership, the Conservative Party, is calling for the resignation. And to make matters even worse, at least one member is now on public record indicating that he believes the Speaker should resign. Does the member not see any problems with that?
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I would note that the Government House Leader has expressed full confidence in the Speaker. The Deputy House Leader sits as a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the member for Kingston and the Islands. As a loyal deputy of the House Leader, is he going to follow her direction? Is he going to be impartial? I would question that.
Okay, can I just remind members that we do not try to infer positions in other members? L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I would like him to remind us how the former Conservative leader, who was previously Speaker of the House, broke a long tradition of impartiality. He made a monumental error and a lack of judgment. He said it was a mistake. We all know that. But the member for Regina Capel broke with tradition. When you become Speaker of the House, you no longer go back to partisan activities. And then he became leader of the Conservative Party. Does he not see a contradiction there in his speech?
Madam Speaker, I have to say I don't know exactly what tradition the honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie is referring to, because I can think of many examples of former speakers who have served many years and even decades in this House, playing partisan roles, including the Speaker who was born in my community, St. Albert, the Honourable Marcel Lambert, who was Speaker of the House in 1962 and continued in this House until 1984.
Somebody who knows history, definitely. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Resuming debate. No. No. Resuming debate, the honourable member.
Actually, this is a question and comment.
Oh. Question and comment. The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Well, thank you. It seems to me that what is being referred to, and I'm looking for my colleagues' input on this, both in the member from Elmwood, Trent, Scona, and just most recently, I've forgotten, I'm sorry, but my colleague. Thank you. Yes. Both of them are referring to a convention which does exist in the United Kingdom. In the UK, when you are elected Speaker, the expectation is you shed your partisan identity, you run again, if you choose to run again, as an independent. The other parties choose not to run candidates against you, and you fill out the rest of your career. This is the capstone of your career. You leave the House of Commons as Speaker. Upon your leaving the House of Commons, you go to the House of Lords in retirement and serve there on the crossbench. That's the expectation. It's been explored in a committee and built out, this convention, in a committee which is there parallel to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I think it's an interesting convention and one that may have many merits. I actually discussed the idea of adopting this in Canada with the previous Speaker when he was running for Speaker following the last election. But it doesn't exist right now because we haven't discussed it. And at least in my opinion, I just wonder if the member from St. Albert agrees with my assessment of things.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton, about 40 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my learned colleague for his question, and he is quite right in citing what has been a long-standing convention in the UK Parliament, but one that doesn't exist in Canada and has never existed. Whether it is something that should be adopted going forward, well, that is a matter for further study and consideration.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And never has the Kingston part been more important than today, of course, as my colleague from Kingston and the Islands and I wrestle over whose riding is the home to the illustrious former Speaker of the House, Peter Milliken, a man who served with great distinction for many years, and who will make, if this goes forward to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, an excellent witness providing some information as to how we have done things in the past, how speakers have behaved in the past. There are many parallels to draw upon here. There have been many speakers in this House, in all of our 10 provincial assemblies, over a period of well over a century, over the Parliament in the United Kingdom, but also the parallel to ourselves, the House of Representatives in Australia, the one in New Zealand, the various Australian states, in the world's largest democracy, in India, a number of African countries, Caribbean countries. The parallels here are enormous. The precedents are significant. If the behavior of the Speaker is such as would warrant our judgment that he's been acting inappropriately or acting outside of what is the normal expectation as the office of a Speaker, there's no better place to determine that than in the Procedure and House Affairs. And if the reverse turns out to be true, then there's no better place to establish that than in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee as well. I do want to deal with a few of the things that I think the Procedure and House Affairs Committee ought to consider in its deliberations on this subject. It will have limited time, and so it's going to have to structure its hearings or its sittings with some care. And I say all of this as someone who served on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for 15 years, which I believe, although I'm no longer in that committee, still stands not merely as a record for serving on that committee, but for length of service on any House of Commons committee for any member of Parliament in the course of the 21st century. So there's no question that Procedure and House Affairs is the right place to go. It looks at technical issues, and it looks at, we think of Procedure and House Affairs as dealing with, for example, proposed changes to the standing orders. That is the right place for standing order changes to be considered. It's also the right place to consider and discuss conventions. And we sometimes think that conventions or unwritten rules are literally unwritten. They exist only sort of in the ether. We have a common understanding which is inchoate, for which there are there is no language. That's not actually what conventions in the Westminster tradition look like, whether they're the constitutional conventions of the British Constitution, which have a reflection in some unwritten parts of our own Constitution. The convention, for example, that there is a Prime Minister who serves as the voice of the House of Commons to the Sovereign, that Cabinet speaks with a single voice. These are conventions, and they are embodied in a few very important words in our Section 1 of or the preamble rather, of the 1867 Constitution Act, which says that the provinces of Canada, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, being desirous of a government similar in principle, a constitution similar in principle to that of the United Kingdom. All that's contained in that wording. Conventions are, but if you dig into that wording, you'd find the convention is built out considerably from there. And there's a considerable amount of written material that was around at that time that explained exactly what the Fathers of Confederation had in mind when they wrote that wording in. I say all of this by way of saying that conventions are the product of usage, but they're also the product of discussion, deliberation, and are to be found in places like committee reports. So we have an opportunity to deal with some of the issues that have been discussed here. Is it the case on a go-forward basis, for example, that we ought to be looking at some aspects of the UK's practice in which the Speaker is expected to take a certain course of action upon retiring from the speakership? Or is that not appropriate? In the past, we haven't had such a limitation, and the result has been the speakers have become Governor General, they've become ambassadors, and the potential exists, in theory, if not in practice, that this influences how speakers behave, that this can influence how speakers behave. It was with exactly this kind of consideration in mind that the Fathers of Confederation, when dealing with the issue of senators who they felt might be subject to similar pressures, had to have...
Remember, 2 seconds. There's a lot of noise in the courtyard. If we could, thank you very much. The honourable member.
Yeah, I thank you, Madam Speaker. I was actually thinking of making the exact same observation. Even I'm having trouble hearing myself right now. At any rate, where did I leave off now? I was talking about how the Fathers of Confederation had tried to incorporate unwritten conventions in a written instrument, or by reference to incorporate them. And so to understand this instrument, you have to go back and look at what they said at the Quebec Convention, in the debates that took place, in the so-called Confederation debates that took place in the ancestor to this chamber in 1865. 900 pages worth of which are recorded. And it was interesting at the time that the Fathers of Confederation thought it was worthwhile at that time, or I should correct myself, those who ran the Parliament of the Province of Canada thought it was important enough that there was no Hansard in those days, to have a special Hansard recorded of that debate so that the general public could read and understand all of the aspects of the constitutional deal they were making that would not be written down. Well, the same kind of rules ought to apply to the internal governance of this place, and those offices which have their powers and authority largely due to convention, as well as being due to some degree to what is written in the standing orders. That would be very, very profitable. I don't think it ought to be the case, although PROC is the master of its own proceedings within the parameters of the motions presented to it. I don't think it's appropriate actually to start by saying, was the Speaker aware of exactly where this would be used, and therefore is he guilty in the sense that one is found guilty in a criminal trial? He's not on trial for a crime. Mens rea is not actually a relevant consideration. It's equally possible that he could simply have been exercising bad judgment, which is a sign of an inability to consistently make wise judgments, or of a weakness in the way he chooses to conduct himself, that makes him, although an honourable member and an honourable person, simply an inappropriate occupant for the chair. And the fact is that many people are inappropriate occupants of the chair, and many of them, if we were asked, in fact, a majority of people in this room, I suspect, if asked, would say, I am not the right occupant for this chair for one reason or another. It has nothing to do with my my character. It has to do with the fact that I'm unilingual, or it has to do with the fact that I have to be away from here because of family considerations, so I can participate online but not here myself. The speaker should be here. There's a whole range of reasons. I don't have the attention span. I don't have the energy I used to have when I was a younger person. I can't sit there for all those hours. I mean, one feature of being a speaker is having a certain degree of stamina. You can't drift off, and some debates are kind of dull. So, these are all, you see as the speakers agreeing with me. So these are considerations that are relevant to a hearing of this sort. It is really a question of determining what the standards are, of doing a reset so we can all be clear. These are the standards that we regard as being reasonable and acceptable, and we either do or do not think that the current incumbent in the role of speaker is fitting in with those expectations now that we've had a chance to examine them in more detail. I hope that on that basis we will go forward and decide to vote in favor of this motion. We will trust in Proc to make an intelligent report back to us, and we'll have a chance to consider its report and to vote on that report in the House of Commons. It will come back to us. I've indicated in the past that I think it's best when dealing with Proc reports that we try to do so on a nonpartisan basis. I would encourage that to happen here. I don't control that, but I think that at least one committee should be treated as being nonpartisan as much as is possible, both in its own behavior and in how the House responds to its reports. That, by the way, was exactly the approach it took when a motion I had proposed was considered by Proc to change the way the speaker's elected a few years ago, and I think that was beneficial. I hope that we can all do the same thing here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's been suggested by a friend and colleague of mine that the member should become a member of the Proc committee. It might be a healthy thing to do for the committee process. But my question to the member is, and I've raised this previously, and that is that the Conservative Party justifiably raised the issue as a point of order. The speaker then reviews everything that's been said and comes back and saying, okay, let's have a motion that would provide a remedy. The Conservative Party then provides a remedy. And that remedy, using the word remedy, is incorporated into the motion that the member just finished speaking on. And for many, including myself, I don't quite understand how you can have a sitting member on Proc that has already committed to the speaker having to resign, then sit and try to be objective to those people that are coming forward with ideas. Does he not agree that there is at least the appearance of conflict?
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
It's funny, actually, my remarks, I had meant to mention the issue of conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict of interest. I was going to say that the speaker must be impartial and must be seen to be impartial. But seeing as, which is somewhat like conflict of interest versus appearance of conflict of interest. But I have to say, in this case, I don't think that's what's going on. If we're talking about members of Proc, I think it would be more accurate to say there's the appearance of having an opinion. Well, I can't think of a subject out there from professional hockey to astrophysics on which I don't personally have some kind of opinion, but I also hope that I'm in a position where I can be convinced by the evidence to think differently at the end of the process than I started out thinking. Sometimes I think that's unlikely, quite frankly, but I don't know how one gets around the fact that everybody has opinions. Some would be more valuable in expressing their opinions than others, but all I can say is, if the member is this concerned, then he could suggest, to people that they recuse themselves, I suppose. Although I have to say, if I were invited to recuse myself by someone from another party, I'd probably say thanks, but I'm going to stay here.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member from Lanark Frontenac. I always appreciate hearing his reflections on parliamentary process and procedure. I do think we were talking earlier about the difference in culture around the UK speakership, but it does seem to me that if you were to lay down a list of former speakers and former political party leaders, that you would have little, if any, overlap at all. In fact, I think you would only find one person who appears on both lists, and that is the member for Regina Capel. And of course, when we were debating M79 in this place, which was a motion that I brought about prorogation and the confidence convention, I did hear from some Conservative members who wanted to remind me of the important tradition of establishing conventions through practice and not writing it down. And so, you know, I think there was a convention around the speakership and not engaging in partisan roles post-speakership, certainly at the federal level in Canada prior to the member for Regina Capel blazing his own trail in that regard. But I wonder, as we're talking about this issue of partisanship in the Speaker's role, if he thinks it might be appropriate for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in their investigation of this incident to turn their mind a little bit towards that topic being encompassed by the question of partisanship and the Speaker's office, and perhaps for the committee to provide some reflections on that to the House in the course of their deliberation.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I assume I have only a minute to do this. So the first thing I would say is, with regard to whether a convention of that nature exists, the man who invented the concept of constitutional convention, Albert Van Dicey, in his outstanding work, An Introduction to the Study of the Law of the Constitution, which everybody should have at their bedside, by the way. He says that there is a way of testing whether a convention exists, and that is to see whether you watch in their actions the two major parties in the House. He lived at a time where there were two major parties in the United Kingdom, are both in agreement of it. And he points to the example of the Confidence Convention, its development during the period of Disraeli and Gladstone as being the example. Before that, you could lose a vote, what we would regard as a confidence vote in the House, and carry on. So I think that's the way you judge whether a convention exists. I would say, based on that and the fact that it was uncontroversial that our House leader was the leader of the party after being Speaker, that no convention existed. It might be starting to gel, it's possible. But to answer the question that was specifically asked about what PROC should study, I would say that, among other things, the British practice of having a Speaker shed the partisan identity in the expectation they can run again and will run again as an independent has some merit. It was tried here once, by the way, in Canada. As you may know, Speaker Lamoureux did that, and I suspect it might have stuck had some other accidental things not come along. So it's very much worthwhile to consider that for the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise and talk about the issues of the day. And I must say, I did appreciate a number of the comments that were just made, especially one that was just kind of brought over to me from one of my colleagues on this side, making the suggestion that the previous Speaker should give serious consideration about being placed onto PROC, Madam Speaker. And I think that the system might be a little bit better if, in fact, that were to take place. But I recognize a recommendation from me to him for the leader of the Conservative Party probably won't get him very far, Madam Speaker. But having said that, you know, the things that I often hear a great deal about, Madam Speaker, is people want to talk about the institution. They want to talk about the Speaker and the important role that the Speaker's office plays. And we even had some very detailed explanations in terms of what it is the Speaker does inside the House. And I concur with many of those comments, how important it is that we have a Speaker and recognize the role that the Speaker plays. You know, it wasn't that long ago where we actually didn't elect speakers. They were a political appointment. And, Madam Speaker, when I look at it in terms of even the province of Manitoba, when I was first elected, it was an appointment. And when I had left, it was an election of a Speaker. So I went through the transition, and there was a great sense of pride as parliamentarians, first and foremost, around the horseshoe inside the Manitoba legislature, when we elected our first Speaker. Because for the first time, Manitoba felt that that is the best way to ensure that the Speaker
understands in a very real and tangible way that the Speaker represents the interests of all, in my case, MLAs on all sides of the House, Madam Speaker. We saw that as a very important step forward in the province of Manitoba. We didn't come up with the idea. Rather, it was Ottawa that we knew was electing a Speaker. So we had taken the idea from Ottawa and brought it into the Manitoba Chamber. And recognizing, and I've sat on, here we call it the Board of Eternal Economy, in Manitoba we call it the Legislative Management Commission, important committee in which the Speaker actually sits on. And the role the Speaker plays on that particular committee. To the important role, as others have emphasized, where the Speaker plays inside this chamber. And the Speaker does have significant power. We saw that today, Madam Speaker. We saw that today when one member of the House made an unparliamentary allegation and would not withdraw the allegation. And as a direct result, the Speaker had the member, or asked the member to leave the chamber, and that member was not able to participate today. That member could not even participate in the votes, Madam Speaker, because of the decision of the occupant of the chair. And that's why when I talked about this yesterday, I talked to it in the first and foremost as a parliamentarian. Because I do believe, and that's why I highlighted the fact of being in Manitoba, I truly believe, given the very nature of the institution and the office and the importance of the Speaker's chair, that we need to put partisan politics to the side. You know, often when a member in the opposition stands up on a point of order, I will often respond to the point of order for the Speaker to take into consideration. When the government, or the leader of the official opposition came forward the other day and expressed the concerns that he had with the Speaker in the form of a point of order, I was quiet on it. I listened to it. And then we had this, the Deputy Speaker, because the Speaker recused himself of the issue. The Deputy Speaker then had canvassed others, and after canvassing others, ultimately made the decision. A decision that flowed to the Conservative Party of Canada coming up with a solution. What does the House of Commons collectively, members of Parliament on both sides of the House, have to say about the issue? And that's actually what we're debating today, Madam Speaker. We are debating that the Conservative Party believed that it was in the best interest of all to have this matter go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, PROC, Madam Speaker for short, and have PROC come up with a remedy. In fact, Madam Speaker, if I read the essence of the motion, and the motion reads, the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy. When I heard the motion, I didn't hear not one Liberal actually oppose it. I didn't hear anyone inside the chamber oppose what it is that was being recommended by the Conservative Party at the time, Madam Speaker. In fact, I thought that was a reasonable ask. And then later, when I spoke after the leader of the opposition House leader finished his speech, and then there was a second speech, I then stood up and I made it very clear that I support the motion. as I know, members, I believe, in the entire chamber support the motion. Then, after that, Madam Speaker, we had the member from Megantic-Lirab, Megantic-Lirab, who then followed the leader, the House Leader of the official opposition. And I would like to quote in terms of what that member said. And I quote, "The solution for the Speaker is none other than to ask for his resignation because he lost the confidence of the House." Madam Speaker, I do not understand how it is that you get the House Leader that speaks just minutes ahead of him and moves a motion saying that you have the PROC committee, and let's use the PROC committee in order to come up with the remedy, and then he's immediately followed by someone saying in the Conservative Party, and I believe he was the Deputy House Leader, I could be wrong on that, but I believe he's the Deputy House Leader, Madam Speaker, coming out saying the Speaker should resign. And the best I could tell from sitting on my side, virtually right across from the member, is they felt that they were being outmaneuvered by another political entity inside the House. And that's the reason, maybe why it is, that he came out saying what he did, Madam Speaker. But the bottom line is that is what the member said. And I go on, and again, quoting, "That is why Canadians need to pay close attention to what is happening right now and to the recommendations that will be made by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs." So after making that statement, he then seems to be of the impression that the motion itself, everyone should support, but it's okay to go to the committee even if you've already made up your mind. Madam Speaker, I didn't understand that. And then it was reinforced earlier this afternoon. From the member from Red Deer, Lacombe. And think about the member from Red Deer, Lacombe. He actually is a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. So the remedy that's being recommended is that it goes to PROC, and the Conservative member that's sitting on the committee, this is what he had to say, Madam Speaker. During his speech, reinforcing that he does not, or he believes that the Speaker should actually be resigning. And then when I asked him, or when he was posed the question from my colleague in regards to why he would say such a thing, because he's on PROC, does that not put him in a very awkward position? He comes back by responding, and I quote, "Of course I will list objectively," I guess it should be listen. "Of course I will listen objectively to all the witnesses who are going to come to the committee." How can he possibly be objective, Madam Speaker? He even makes reference to the fact that he's hoping that the Speaker will come to the committee. So imagine he's already said to the Speaker that, and the Conservative Party collectively has already said that they want the Speaker to resign, and now he's going to have the Speaker and hopes the Speaker will go to PROC, and then he's going to be objective? He wants the Speaker to come so he can ask him some questions so he can be objective? Who's he trying to kid, Madam Speaker? The Conservative Party has already made a determination. They know already what it is that they want. They have a set agenda, Madam Speaker. And the more that this debate takes place, the more what I witness is a Conservative Party that doesn't, it's not about the issue for the Speaker and the Speaker's office is to try to discredit it. They talk here as if the Speaker's office is really important, and they try to give the impression of just how important it is. But I'd suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that their actions are speaking louder than their words. That their actions are saying, as one member said on a political panel that I was on, Madam Speaker, just outside this chamber, that it's a farce. That this process, or referring to the Speaker in the issue as being a farce. And that's what it is that the Conservatives are attempting to turn it into, to make it look as if there's dysfunctional chamber. And this is not the first time in which they are actually doing this. They're actually using, I would argue, the Speaker's chair today to be a part of their master plan of trying to be a destructive force inside the chamber, Madam Speaker. They don't care in terms of being fair. They've demonstrated that very clearly. They want to somehow demonstrate to the far right that this is dysfunctional, whether it's the Speaker's office and the chair of it, or the institution, or Parliament itself. You know, we have the Sustainable Jobs Act, Bill C-50. Do you know how many amendments the Conservative Party has brought forward on that, Madam Speaker? 19,938 amendments to a piece of legislation. You know how many times I stand up inside the chamber, Madam Speaker, and I talk about how the Conservative Party is a destructive force on the chamber? And the way in which they prevent things from taking place? They constantly want to give the Canadians the impression not only is everything broken outside of Canada, but even, inside Canada, and that includes the House of Commons itself. They'll stand up, much like they're doing with the Speaker's chair and the motion we have today, Madam Speaker. They'll stand in their place and they will say, well, it's the government's responsibility to get legislation passed. It's the government that sets the agenda. And it's the Conservatives that mess it up consistently. Concurrence reports, adjournments of debates, moves seconded by so-and-so be spoken so they can cause bells to ring. 19,938 amendments to one piece of legislation? They're trying to convince the MAGA right that at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, that this is all broken and dysfunctional. That's what their real objective is. When I took it, I made the assumption that when the House Leader of the Conservative Party stood in his place and he moved the motion, I believed that he was being genuine. I honestly thought that when he was looking in terms of what had taken place, that at the end of the day, that he was being genuine. But the more I hear Conservatives speak on the issue, I'm drawing the conclusion that this is just another partisan act that we're seeing from the Conservative Party of Canada. And to be able to demonstrate that, Madam Speaker, I'm not a gambler, but Madam Speaker, I would suggest that what we will see in Proc is a Conservative Party that will do whatever it can to emphasize that the Speaker has to resign. They've already been told what they have to do, Madam Speaker. I hope I'm wrong, and if I am, I will apologize to the House. Madam Speaker, I don't believe I'm going to be apologizing. I believe that the Conservative Party already have an agenda. And that agenda is just an extension of their behavior that we've witnessed time and time again on the floor of the House of Commons on government legislation. Legislation that has been so very important to Canadians. It's having the backs of Canadians. It's developing an economy that's going to be there for every Canadian in every region of our country. And whenever it comes time to vote or debate, we see conservative games on the floor of the House. Whether it's the filibuster of debates, the many different dilatory motions that they will move, and the many different actions that they take. And that's why I say, Madam Speaker, actions speak louder than words. If they were serious about this issue and saying that it should be apolitical and nonpartisan, they would not be giving the types of speeches that they're giving now. And I wouldn't be giving the type of speech I'm giving, Madam Speaker. This motion should be passed, even though the Conservative Party has already taken their position. We know that. I understand that. I don't look forward. I'm somewhat grateful I'm not on the PROC Standing Committee, Madam Speaker. Hopefully, a majority of the members on the committee will at least be fair in their assessment in terms of what has taken place before they pass judgment, Madam Speaker. I can guarantee you, if the Conservatives don't see the resignation aspect, you will see a minority report coming from the Conservative Party. And then, of course, I'm not going to be surprised that you'll see a concurrence motion in time on the report. Anything to prevent government legislation from passing, no matter what the legislation is, including the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Madam Speaker. Because that is the Conservative agenda. The far right has taken over the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada today, Madam Speaker. And it is unfortunate. Madam Speaker, I would like to think that there are some things inside this chamber in which the partisanship can be put to the side, and I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, if you cannot recognize the issue at hand, read the motion, allow PROC to do what it needs to do, meet with people, talk to witnesses, and come up with a remedy that's fair to all. I always see my water glass as half full, Madam Speaker. I'm going to continue to be a little bit of an optimist. Maybe we'll see something miraculous coming from the Conservative Party at PROC. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, je désire informer la Chambre.
I'd like to inform the House that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the period provided for private members' business has been cancelled.
Will be rescheduled for another sitting. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for Winnipeg North. He mentioned that there are over 19,000 amendments made at the Natural Resources Committee. As an example, I'd like to hear more about the matter. Is it humanly possible to produce so many amendments in such little time? Does he think that the Conservatives used AI, artificial intelligence, and does that raise ethical questions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To be honest, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how they came up with 19,938 amendments. That's what I have been told. I don't know how a committee can deal with that. And that legislation is about sustainable jobs. So I guess anything related to the environment, they're somewhat allergic to. And, AI might have played a role in that. But I say it just to reinforce a general pattern of behavior that we're seeing that's coming out of the Conservative Party today, more specifically out of the leader of the Conservative Party's office. And we should all be concerned about that, Madam Speaker. I'm sure Donald Trump would be proud, but I can tell you my constituents are not.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was pleased in the course of his remarks that the member for Winnipeg North didn't quote himself from Hansard. That was something he did several days ago. And the reason why I thought that was so interesting is we all know, it's no secret to members in this place, that the member for Winnipeg North is far more concerned about the quantity of his words than the quality of his words, and often brags at home about how many words he says in the chamber. But when he quotes himself from Hansard, it raises the question of double counting, Madam Speaker. And so I'm wondering, given that he was quoting himself from Hansard, will he subtract those words from the word count that he publishes to his constituents so that they have an accurate count of how many words he actually says, as opposed to when he repeats himself by...
I'm just going to ask the honourable member to perhaps link relevance to the speech the honourable member just made, but the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Maybe some people are counting. I couldn't tell you how many words I've actually said in the House because I don't do a count. To the best of my knowledge, there is no counter that's out there, Madam Speaker, nor do I publish anything. Maybe during the election I might say I stand up a few times, but I don't publish anything, Madam Speaker, either. So I'm not too sure. I like to think that, that I can at times, be humble. I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg North, and I'm very grateful for my colleagues in trusting me to be able to share thoughts, Madam Speaker, and I always take it very, very seriously. I do enjoy being able to contribute to debate both as the Parliamentary Secretary to the House, to the House Leader, and as a representative of Winnipeg North. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? No, is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, move that the public participation of the Speaker at an Ontario Liberal Party convention, Speaker of the House of Commons, constitute a breach of the tradition and expectation of impartiality required for that high office, constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities, and therefore the House referred the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with an instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy.
Within 24 hours after receiving this order of reference to consider the matter. B, ensure this matter take priority over all other business. C, shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for the committee meetings subject to the special orders adopted on Monday, May 16, 2023 and Monday, December 4, 2023. And D, be instructed to report back to the House not later than on Thursday, December 14, 2023. Si un député participant en
If a member participating in person wishes the motion as amended be carried or carried upon division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the will of the Chamber, from what I understand, is to pass the motion unanimously without a vote.
Agreed?
Recorded vote.
Sir, agreed. Agreed? Agreed. Passed unanimously. So, therefore declare the motion as amended carried. Yes, and refer to the committee. Yeah. Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 7:18.
Yeah. Do we have agreement to call the time at 7:18? Agreed. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, small businesses are struggling to survive and entrepreneurship has fallen off a cliff. The minister and this government love to claim that they have the backs of small businesses, yet they've ignored their concerns and the issues they face time after time. According to the most recent data from the Superintendent of Bankruptcies, total business insolvencies increased by 23.5% month over month from September-October 2023, and from the 12-month period ending in October, the increase was 39.9% year over year. The recent Statistics Canada survey on small business conditions, fourth quarter 2023, revealed that the majority of businesses, that is 73.7%, expect to face cost-related obstacles over the next 3 months. Rising inflation was the most commonly expected obstacle, followed by rising input costs, interest rates, and debt costs. Another StatsCan report on GDP, income, and expenditures for the third quarter of 2023 found that exports of goods and services fell 1.3%. Inventories accumulated at the slowest pace in 2 years, with the manufacturing industry recording a withdrawal after 6 consecutive quarters of accumulations. And fewer businesses are investing in engineering structures in the wake of the completion of the Coastal GasLink LNG pipeline in my province. In their business barometer for November 2023, the CFIB reported that business confidence remains low. The 12-month Small Business Confidence Index dropping another 1.5 points to 45.6, a third consecutive decrease in optimism. The Conference Board of Canada paints a similar picture. Their index of business confidence dropped by another percentage point in the third quarter, bringing the index to 33.9 points below its latest peak in 2021. This was driven by a 7.7% decline in businesses who think now is not a good time to expand. The CFIB also published a report in November on labor shortages, highlighting that 53% of Canadian small business owners report that labor shortages are preventing them from expanding their business. Canadian business owners have been clear. Some of the biggest challenges they face right now relate to inflation, red tape, and repeated tax hikes. All challenges imposed on them by this government. When I asked the minister whether her government would stop their punishing tax hikes and inflationary spending, her response was to brag about more spending. Hearing all of these alarming trends for small businesses, the minister will have to excuse me for not jumping on her bandwagon of empty announcements, flashy photo ops, and cheerleading the government's reckless spending that has failed to address the real and structural challenges faced by small businesses across our country. I'll give the minister another chance this evening. Will her government commit to stop raising taxes on small businesses and bring their spending under control to address inflation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by the Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon regarding support for small businesses and restaurants. Madam Speaker, the government understands the important role that small businesses and restaurants play in communities from coast to coast to coast. Let me outline some of the measures that the government is taking to support businesses dealing with inflation that is affecting all Canadians. The government was there through the pandemic and provided direct support to businesses. We introduced wage and rent subsidies, advice and training to help businesses adapt to a digital marketplace, and loans to provide liquidity relief to ensure businesses' survival through the recovery period. The Canadian Emergency Business Account, or CEBA, provided $49 billion in support to nearly 900,000 businesses across the country. The program offered interest-free, partially forgivable loans up to $60,000 to eligible small businesses. It kept their lights on, Madam Speaker, and helped workers remain employed. We recently extended the deadline for partial forgiveness, and the CEBA term loan deadline was extended by 1 year to December 31st, 2026, to offer more time to businesses for their loan repayment. The government is also supporting small businesses by cutting credit card transaction fees and by cutting the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%, which is essential to businesses coming out of this pandemic. We have enhanced the Canadian Small Business Financing Program by increasing annual financing to small businesses by an estimated annual $560 million, helping businesses access liquidity for startup costs and intangible assets. And for businesses looking to bring their offerings to the digital marketplace, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Digital Adoption Program has supported enterprises of all sizes to digitize and reach more markets. The government is supporting businesses in their efforts to strive for even greater inclusivity with the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy, the Black Entrepreneurship Program, and the 2S LGBTQI+ Entrepreneurship Program, and targeted supports for Indigenous businesses. Madam Speaker, the government will continue to work hard for Canadian small businesses and restaurants because we know that they are the backbone of our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are now past the pandemic, and I'm getting tired of hearing the government raise the pandemic-related responses for small businesses time and time again when they fail to acknowledge that the extension they provided for small business owners to January 18th was woefully insufficient, and every single member of Parliament in this House has heard from those restaurants and small businesses that this government simply got it wrong. The real problem, Madam Speaker, is that this government is not paying attention to the structural challenges facing the Canadian economy. Time and time again, small businesses have outlined red tape, the challenges of doing businesses, and the numbers speak for themselves. Statistics Canada has reported time and time again in the last year that more businesses are closing than opening, that many businesses don't see an opportunity to expand because they don't believe the government has created the right conditions for them to do so.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not surprised, Minister, the member opposite doesn't want to talk about the supports we provided to small businesses, because frankly, I wonder if they would have done so if they were in power. Madam Speaker, we know that inflation is a global phenomenon that is a lingering result of the pandemic and exacerbated by worldwide events. And it's making life harder for many businesses, particularly restaurants. The government has introduced measures to ensure that doing business in Canada is as easy as possible, including cutting taxes for growing small businesses, lowering their credit card fees up to a quarter, and helping them access more financing to grow their business. We will continue to support small businesses and restaurants across the country as we deal with the very real challenges of the global economy and inflation. Madam Speaker, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Persons with disabilities are continuing to live in poverty with no relief from this government. We've seen rents soar over the last year, pushing many Canadians out of the housing market and unable to afford safe and adequate housing. For persons with disabilities, accessing housing that meets their needs is nearly impossible. And add discrimination on top of that, Madam Speaker, and more stories are coming out from across Canada about the reality of persons with disabilities having to live rough. In Duncan, British Columbia, John Harry was forced onto the street to sleep on a tarp when he lost his housing. He and many other persons with disabilities are forced into homelessness because of the lack of affordable housing options. Organizations, including food banks and shelters, are at breaking point because more people are relying on these services. Many persons with disabilities also do not have the levels of income due to discrimination, Madam Speaker. Many persons with disabilities are currently paying 80 to 90% of their income on housing. In British Columbia, that leaves many people with less than $200 for all of their monthly expenses. I tabled a petition earlier this year, and very recently, actually, I tabled a petition brought by the community around a disability emergency relief benefit. And this week, the government responded that given limited resources, they have limited resources, Madam Speaker. Rolling out an emergency relief could have an effect on delaying the Canada Disability Benefit. Madam Speaker, that's an insult to persons with disabilities that the government would leave that response, because it's the government that's delaying the rollout of the Canada Disability Benefit. Canadians need support now, and without a clear timeline of when in 2024 this Canada Disability Benefit will be rolled out, persons with disabilities are left with questions, no solutions, and deteriorating living standards. The government must deliver in the Canada Disability Benefit an adequate and timely benefit. And while they are holding back on rolling out that benefit, and during the rollout of the benefit, they must build more affordable, accessible homes. And I will take this moment to recognize the member from Nunavut that continues to stand up in this House and continues to talk about the absolutely devastating conditions of housing in Nunavut. Without adequate income supports for persons with disabilities, Madam Speaker, they are being legislated into poverty by this Liberal government and the Conservative governments before them. Federal support was needed yesterday, as I mentioned in the House already this week in QP, and persons with disabilities cannot wait any longer. So my question, Madam Speaker, again to the Minister is, when will this government deliver the Canada Disability benefit they promised? It's been 7 years of promises, and it's still not here yet, and it's hurting people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Madame la Présidente, I would
Madam Speaker.
Port Moody Colquhoun for her question and to disability community for the advocacy. Since 2015, our government has worked tirelessly to lift millions of Canadians out of poverty. This includes persons with disabilities. Nous savons que trop
We know that too many people face additional costs because of their disabilities.
Speaking of expenses limited to accessible housing, to accessible transportation, to disability supports, amongst many others. We know that a mix of poverty and disability can create physical and social isolation. The disability benefit is a major milestone in helping to alleviate poverty to those who have disabilities. We will not cut corners on meaningful consultation. We have been committed to delivering this benefit quickly. Nous savons que le besoin
We know that there is an urgent need
of is complex and multidimensional, Madam Speaker. The Canada Disability Benefit is meant to supplement income and not replace existing benefits. We want to make sure that its impact is felt and that it's real. Other levels of government, the private sector, need to join us in this mission of eliminating poverty among persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that decades of relentless advocacy on the part of the disability community has helped us to get to this point where we're at today. In the spirit of nothing without us, we could not have gotten to the point where we are. Nothing without us means that we are working with the disability community to get to a point where this benefit will be realized and we will help those who are impacted. Everything we have achieved thus far has been done by working with the community each and every step of the way. The Canada Disability Benefit is a cornerstone of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. The action plan includes key priorities identified by the disability community. Our government has held roundtable discussions with members of the community, with advocates, and with experts. At the same time, the community and Indigenous-led engagements have been held on separate tracks to make sure that the action plan is comprehensive and effective. Madam Speaker, the next step is to make the Canada Disability Benefit a reality through regulations and implementation. We will continue to work with the disability community, with stakeholders, Indigenous organizations, provinces, and territories. We have started the engagement and the design of the regulations. We are confident that the benefit will help ease the stress and hardship of those who need it. I want to again thank the disability community, advocates, actors, and those who have been pushing to help us get to the point where this benefit will be fulsome, will be real, and will help alleviate poverty. I want to thank the member opposite for her question and for advocacy.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary. I can feel that there is support there and there is desire there, and I really, really appreciate it. The problem is that there's people unable to pay their rent and unable to pay for food, medication, the cost of living, and they cannot wait any longer. Madam Speaker, this government is hiding behind consultation, trying to scare people by saying that the success of this benefit is tied to how long they delay. That is a cop-out, Madam Speaker. There has been plenty of consultation, and the number one pillar that persons with disabilities expressed to this government over years of consultation is this need for economic support. And Madam Speaker, they need it to uphold their human rights and for us as a country to uphold our commitments on the rights of persons with disabilities. So I'll ask again, why does this government...
Secretary to the Minister.
I'd like to again thank the member opposite for her question and advocacy. And we are moving quickly on historic investments and measures. The legislation, Bill C-22, which is now law, requires that we consult with the community in a fulsome fashion. We are doing so. It requires that we make regulations in order to have the benefit realized and actualized and in people's pockets. We are doing so. The benefit will reduce poverty. It will increase financial security for those who need it most. The Canada Disability Benefit is important to all of us, important to our government, important to the member opposite, important to me, important to Canadians. We are working with the community tirelessly. We need to get this right. We will get it right. It will help create real change. It will transform the realities.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We all know in this place that Canada is facing a housing crisis, and that looks different for different people. For some seniors now, it means pitching a tent in the community park that used to be the place they would go for recreation. For some families, it means cutting back on food in order to make rent. And we know that we got to here because we had decades of Liberal and Conservative governments who did not invest in non-market housing for a very long time. And now we're trying to address this crisis. But I think the most important number for Canadians to bear in mind in terms of the success or failure of the National Housing Strategy is Steve Pomeroy's number, who says that for every 1 unit of affordable housing that we build in Canada today, we are losing 15. And that should give everyone, I think, a very clear picture of how inadequate the federal government's efforts so far have been in addressing the housing crisis. Now, in the fall economic statement, the government announced a replenishment of some funds, like the Rental Construction Financing Initiative and the Co-Investment Fund, but they put that off for another 2 years. That money's not even going to begin to flow until 2025, which means that the construction of those units is even further down the road when Canada is currently experiencing a housing crisis. So my question is very simple. Instead of regaling me with things that have been built under the National Housing Strategy, there are some, but as I say, they are decisively inadequate. I want to hear a simple answer as to whether or not that money that's been announced for these programs that already exist will be moved up from 2025 to 2023.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. And I do agree with the honourable colleague on a few things. I do agree that the lack of investment on the part of previous governments, Liberal and Conservative, have taken us to this point where Canada does have a genuine housing crisis in front of it. We have to recognize that first and foremost. I also would say, though, that the housing crisis and the lack of affordability that we find is ultimately underpinned by a supply crisis. We need to build more. And I know that he cites numbers from Mr. Pomeroy and others. I've heard his citations in committee given. That's all well and good, Madam Chair. But the key point is that when you build more, you add to supply. You add to supply, you bring down costs. That's true for renters. That's true for prospective homeowners. I will point to the fact that in just the past few months, this government has waived GST from the construction of apartments. It's also introduced funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund, a $4 billion fund, Madam Chair, that is going to result in the next 4 years in 45,000 additional homes. and 200,000 homes over the next decade. Add to that homes that have already been constructed or led to the housing, I should say, of individuals who have found themselves on the street, unfortunately. 200,000 people who were either homeless or very close to being homeless have found themselves housed, quite often with wraparound supports that I know the member who has raised this question appreciates. This has involved collaboration with not-for-profits as well. Now he points to the fall economic statement. I think there's something quite substantive there. As far as when funding will be allocated, those decisions will be made. What we're looking at, though, is more funding for non-market housing, dealing with short-term rentals. These are not small things, Madam Chair. These are meaningful movements forward, and it contrasts, I think, quite strongly with the Conservative Party's approach. They've put forward a private members bill through their leader that would lead to less homes. We heard that from the Department of Finance through an analysis. They want to tax home builders, and they want to cut funding for the Housing Accelerator Fund. That is not going to lead to any meaningful movement towards greater supply. In other words, it's not going to address the affordability issue that Canadians face, whether it's to rent, to buy a home. It's also not going to do anything for people that unfortunately still find themselves homeless. That's something that we all have to collaborate on. The National Housing Strategy is there. Half the funding, and I remind my colleague of this, half the funding in the $80 billion National Housing Strategy is still in place, and it's been supported, it's been supplemented now in the fall economic statement. So I think these are important points to keep in mind, Madam Chair. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would remind my colleague that some of that funding is in abeyance because it's been accorded to projects that can't move ahead because interest rates have gone up. It's why New Democrats have been advocating so hard to ensure that the GST rebate also applies to nonprofit projects that had federal government financing and had stalled out because of rising interest rates, regardless of when they began construction, because that's part of making good on the commitments the government has already made, and we can't seem to get a positive answer in respect of that extension of the GST rebate. We do hear a finance minister who will brag that Canada is doing the best among the G7 or the OECD, depending on the day, in terms of its deficit, in terms of its debt, in terms of its credit rating. And we've heard from the Governor of the Bank of Canada that spending on housing supply wouldn't be considered inflationary. There's no better time to invest, and there's no more urgent time to invest. Why is it that we continue to see the government, when it announces new funds, backload that funding several budget years down the road?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
I remind my colleague, and he knows this very well, that funding has been allocated, and we're seeing results in his own province, in his own community. I point to funding that was announced, $13 million for 78 homes for Indigenous peoples throughout Manitoba. That came through the Rapid Housing Initiative. In June of 2023, $12 million for 57 units. This goes to Indigenous peoples, youth who have experienced homelessness, along with women and their children who have lived through domestic violence. That will go to individuals in Winnipeg. Quite recently, in fact, in November of 2023, through the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, that has been mentioned, $132 million for 447 apartments. That's a low-interest loan, Madam Chair, that goes to developers that put up purpose-built rentals. Again, this is just for one city and one province. More can be done, of course, and more should be done. But I think that the results of the National Housing Strategy need to be emphasized. They're not nothing. They're very serious, and we continue.
And we are done. And the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.
Thank you.